Sumo wrestler. Samurai Hoshorio.
Can you hear me now? Yes, there we go. Okay. I just realized that I had everything muted. Everybody, welcome to TnT Tabletop. I'm your host Tony. So yeah, I'm trying to set up a whole new audio interface, so that when I start streaming with other streamers, some Shadows of Brimstone, I can send them all the audio without any issues. The problem is that I cannot find a single digital audio interface that is actually pulling every single asset that I need into it and distributing it. So I don't know. I'm at a loss on that, but I'm thinking I might have to just have everything go straight through OBS and then just send everything back out. The problem is I don't want them to get their audio mixed in because that's what they'll get. Meaning their microphones and everything. But anyway, everybody, welcome to TnT Table. I keep looking up there. You're over here now. Anyway, everybody, welcome to TnT Tabletop. That means I should probably switch things. Cosmic, how you doing? Good to see you. And we also had a raid earlier. I saw Cribbage and more. Thank you so much for the raid. 11 viewers, awesome. I'm not sure if any of you stuck around. If totally understandable if you didn't. Kind of caught us with our pants down. Was just trying to get as much done before the stream started as I could, and I usually like to get through the for anybody on Twitch. I'm trying to get through the ads before we actually get into the stream because I hate whenever we jump right into it. And Dutch Yoda, awesome, still here. Dutch Yoda, how you doing? Good to see you. And also, Cosmic, again, thank you so much for doing the shout out. Thank you so much. And the shout outs aren't working still to this day. I don't know what's going on. Lumia stream ever since the update has been having issues. But again, everybody, Dutch Yoda and Cribbage and more. Thank you so much. Also, Dutch Yoda, definitely everybody follow these two wonderful streamers. Dutch Yoda has an awesome stream as well. Plays an awful lot of different types of board games. Wonderful variety board game streamer. Highly recommend. So yeah, today we're gonna paint some minis. I'm troubleshooting today while doing this because, like I said, new audio interface. Half the stuff that it's in that audio interface isn't working, integrating with my Stream Deck, so I'm kind of having to mess around with things. Another thing too is I keep looking up at that camera. That one doesn't work anymore. It's this one right here that I have to look at. What is that camera doing there? Well, anyway, and I'm still waiting on one more camera to come in because I'm using it for my brand new card camera. Because we got a brand new Tail 2 over there for the nice angled shots of the stream. And then, of course, we got the overhead that we're going to be using for miniature painting. The camera's now run by Big Brother. It's been running by Big Brother. On occasion, that thing will follow me around. I don't think it does anymore. I think I turned off the thing. Yeah, I turned off the gesture mode. But anyway, so yeah, today we're going to paint some minis. We still have these guys from last week. The flesh drones. God, my memory's getting progressively worse. Anyway, the flesh drones, we got to finish these guys off. Anyway, we got to finish these models. And while we wait out, because I think from here on out, a lot of it's going to be like just a combination of, well, I do need to base a couple things, but I think what we're going to have to do is mostly a lot of washes because I don't like how bright they are. We'll zoom in here. Give me a second to get us to this bad boy here, and I'll turn some music on while we're at it. I hope it's not too loud. A little bit loud on my end. But anyway, virtual camera's not working all of a sudden. Hold on. It's because I did not turn it on. It would help if I actually turned virtual camera on, wouldn't it? There we go. All right, so there we go. We've got the flesh drone. This is one of the bad ones. There's one guy that I totally goofed on, and I decided to just let it. No, it's this one right here. Yeah, I goofed on him big. But anyway, I just kind of gave up on layering paint, and I was like, you know what, we're just gonna dry brush and we'll put a wash on them. That'll look great. But essentially, that's what we're going for. Still need to base still need to do the flesh tones. Need to do everything else. God, what else do I need to do with these guys? Well, we got to do that. But anyway, another thing I got to do is also rebase all of these models. So I want to put that red base on these guys so I don't have to put these covers on them anymore because it chips the paint off. So it'll be more like this guy right here. The nice thing about doing this is that when we're playing the stream, when they're down on the board, you can easily tell who's one of the characters, blue, yellow, purple, or green, or magenta and green. And then you got, that's more like purple. And then, of course, red for enemies. So trying to get into that groove, and it looks, the more I'm doing this and the more I'm seeing it on the stream, the more I'm like, it kind of sucks because I have to admit, the clips do look nice and bright. Big difference. And they seem to reflect light a lot better than, of course, red paint. Unless I can find myself some hot red, which I might just put an extra layer on just for that. But yeah, I definitely want to do these guys again. I need to add that red layer on the base of these. And I grabbed what was left, and there is quite a bit. Yeah, there's quite a bit of models. This is like actually one of the first models I painted for Shadows of Brimstone. Oh yeah, you remember the Hydra. Painted him season 1. So we got him, again, paint the base red. And I love how these guys turned out. The, of course, not lizard men, the serpent men, got to paint their bases red as well. I think that'll actually look good on them. But yeah, I get some old models in here that I pulled out, and I was like, I need to base these guys. Yeah, sand scorpions. They have bone versions of these, and I'm half tempted to buy another box of these just to have. I gotta admit, I love painting these guys. They were a lot of fun. Not a fan of scorpions, but to me they're like sharks. Like, I like seeing them, but I don't want to be anywhere near them. But these guys here, they were a lot of fun to paint. These are the regular scorpions. I have 2 different colors. I have brown and, of course, this blue and black one. And I want to get one more set because they have bone version of these guys. And they have some pretty cool rules. Now, of course, they're just like bone color, so like white, maybe you could probably use ochre brown would probably work. But oh my god, gold. Anyway, so yeah. As far as completing what we did on Sunday, I'm gonna try my best to do that tomorrow. Looking up there still. I'm gonna look into doing that tomorrow. Because I really do want to finish that before Thursday's round with Mad Arts. If I can get that adventure done, which I think we're on the final part of it. No, we need one more clue token. But once we get that done, I want that will allow me to actually set things up for Mad Arts stream on Thursday, and then I want to try to finish building the stream so that I can just kind of switch between the different models that are saved in the system, so I don't have to constantly go in and make changes to the characters. It'll keep everything the way it was when I quit. I need that. I'm tired of, like, I'll forget what darkness cards we have, what notes we have going on, all that stuff. It's like, if I can set it that way, and that's the only way I can do it, is by just finally one day saying I'm done building assets for the stream. Now, the only thing I will be doing is for my year anniversary, I have some big plans for that. And I want to add a whole mess of features, as well as cribbage and more. Oh, no problem at all, no worries. Thank you so much for the raid, very much appreciate it. And before I forget, there we go. And I hope you have a great lunch, and I hope you had a great stream as well. Sorry for the weird acknowledgement. I'm just, like I said, kind of caught with my pants down while setting everything up, and technical difficulties with audio. But yeah, so Growing Dread shouldn't be popping up on the screen. More bugs. But anyway, so yeah, that's my goal, is to, I hope this month I want to get the stream set so that I don't have to work on it anymore. And I do have big plans for adding to the stream for my anniversary. I think it's in August, or 1 year anniversary as a affiliate. I want to change the intro that you saw earlier. I want to actually create an intro video. I've already got music set up for that. And I want to basically, the branding all around me, like all that stuff, the 3D stuff, I want to get rid of all the 3D elements inside the stream, and I want to make it look more, I want 2D graphics back. The nice thing about working with that is it was a lot easier to change and edit and make things, and edit every little aspect I needed. Like, I was looking at rebuilding some of the 3D assets, and I'm like, I need to buy Cinema 4D again, or to pay for Cinema 4D again, pre-render a whole mess of stuff again. And I'm like, that the last time I remember when I was building this stream, I remember 3 days of my PC just constantly running and rendering the intro, and I was like, I can't do that again. When making everything in 2D is just so much faster and so much better, more sufficient. Pre-rendering 3D assets is just not fun. Now the sad truth is that yes, Cinema 4D does have some plugins for After Effects to where you can just kind of not exactly pre-render, but pull it into After Effects and have all these cool things happen. The problem is, it still takes almost longer to render if you don't pre-render anything. But anyway, so yeah, everybody, welcome to TnT Tabletop. So back to it. We're gonna go ahead and paint. We'll finish painting these guys. Now, if I remember correctly, there they are. Well, I guess they're actually that kind of bright. What I'm gonna do is I'm still gonna get black, and I'm gonna turn it into a wash, and I'm gonna go into these spots here. And I'm going to probably darken those a little bit more. The pipe over here, or the yeah, that needs to be darker too. I'm seeing a lot of areas that need a little bit more darkness added to it. And then of course but I'll on that part I'll wait, because I do want to base these arms, these legs. And I'm gonna try to do what I did with this guy, the screw up I talked about earlier. I want there to be a better gradient than just being flat red like that. Like in here, it's actually darker, and I started kind of building up a little bit red toward the center. And I, of course, added the 2 reflective dots on the top. I could have done better. I got a little bit greedy, triple tapping that spot. And I was like, well, maybe a little bit bigger would help. And now that I'm looking at on the monitor here, it's not bad. It's not bad. But yeah, it looks like I'm seeing basically simple, just metal. I'm guessing leather. Whoops, leather on this part. And the flesh tone, I think we were gonna go with ivory. And then I don't want anything too bright. I don't want it to look like as if he's living. Because these guys are basically made of just a bunch of different body parts. I think I might just go straight to Iraqi. God, I use this color all the time. Iraqi sand. So, base tone, and then the shade, and then I think that should do that sufficiently. And then we need to do, yeah, I need to paint. I need to paint that brown. So I do need a leather color. We do have the chocolate brown I plan on using. I do have a leather color. I should be coloring the tops of these to show which one I'm using. We do have flat earth. Flat earth is actually a nice color. I might use that for the dry brush. Yeah, so this is what I'm gonna do. Oh, actually, no, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Base with this, wash with the chocolate, and then we can go in with the black and kind of blend. That's a good thing about using black wash, is you can kind of blend surfaces together. And then of course we need to detail all these little buttons and everything on there. Did I do that on everybody? Not quite. Well, either way, we can go in there with a wash, and I think that'll fix a lot of the problems. What else? Oh, they do have bolts. Okay, so once we finish painting the legs, that's when we'll start working on the weapon, because I'll be needing that metallic color. I don't know if I want to use metallic. or if I want to just go and just paint it the colors I want. I might just do it that way. So I'll just get, I do have natural gray, so I'll use natural gray on all that. And I'll dry brush light, I think sky gray with it. Looking over here, hello. So I'll probably do a sky gray dry brush. Very light, and I'm gonna see if I can get some type of reflective lighting on this. Might be better because I'm sitting like this. Let me move the camera a tad. There we go. I think that's gonna work out. All right, so they are in the derelict spaceship. It's supposed to be dark, so I'm wondering if doing black. No. Okay. I'll stick with my original plan, and I'll just go heavy on the black wash because I kind of want it to look like as if it's actually inside a dark space station. What I really want to do is I really wanted to make this look like as if it was glowing, but I'm gonna probably pass on that. What else? I think that's it. So we need. I know I have a gray that I've used. Ooh, oily steel. That is a nice color. I might use that. It is going to have a little bit of a metallic look to it, but I think that'll actually work better than using the silver. Or the, actually, no. What I should do is that, and then dry brush with silver. Straight up. Bam. There we go. A nice... Iceman! How you doing, buddy? Thank you for the swig. Is it just me, or is the music louder than Lumia stream? I think it is. Hold on a second. I need to fix my audio. Therefore, I should be able to bring this up. Mic test 1, 2. The brightness on that screen is driving me crazy. Mic test. All right, I'm gonna do a test run of Lumia. Oh, Iceman, you got a new car? Hell yeah, brother. Good for you. I know you've been itching for one, and I'm really happy for you, man. That's awesome. So what did you get? I remember you were talking about... Oh no, it's gonna ask me to restart. Are you kidding me? Sorry, give me a second here. So I'm gonna do a test run of an alert.
Holy crap, biddies! Everyone, we have been blessed with biddies.
Mic test.
You should share the biddies with me. Don't hoard 'em, biddies. You
So that's too loud.
poverty and need them biddies. Thank you for the biddies.
Okay, I can probably drop that down. Oh, I should have done a better sound check earlier. I forgot about Lumia stream. That was the one thing I forgot to check out. Because Lumia stream is where all the problems begin, because I don't have any real way to control it outside of a digital audio interface. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing this. I said I was gonna do that last. I guess what I should do is before it can be, oh god, that poor model. Oh my god, look at that. It's just terrible. Just so bad. I should just dry brush like this guy. This guy turned out great. 2022 Super ooh, an Outback, nice. Hey man, as long as it gets you from point A to point B, it's got a decent mileage on it, and it's... sometimes I like to say getting a newer vehicle is good, but these days, I'm not gonna lie, they've been kind of cheaping out on materials. They seem to be more prone to break today. vehicles in general. Like companies are cutting corners or something, probably because of, you know, how everything's going. I don't know why I did that. There it is. Is that black? It sure is. So I'm gonna make a wash out of this. So I do want to darken those corners a little bit here. Okay, I know I poured water. I'll be right back. God, it's hot in here. Okay. Alrighty. It would be good of me to actually have some water ready for this. And I'm probably gonna need my magnifying lens because my vision is not exactly the greatest. Okay. I think that's gonna hold. And it would also help if I had some paper towels. Oh, I got one right here. There we go. That'll do. Okay. God, it's making me feel cross-eyed. Yeah, it shuts off the engine. My Jeep does the same thing. My Jeep does that. Before that, my Grand Cherokee did that. Anything I think past, I want to say anything past 2016 started to have that auto engine off. Now, some vehicles had the ability to turn off, like my Jeep has the ability to turn off, but you have to keep pressing the button. Every time you turn the vehicle on, you have to press the button. And who's going to remember to press that button every time? Now, the problem for them is that, or the joke on them is that my battery, the garage I went to didn't reset. When they replaced my battery, they didn't reset the gauge to tell it that the battery's dead. So it's still, the system still thinks for some reason the battery's like close to death, but the reality is that it's not. I don't know where I was going with that, but anyway, so since it still thinks it's near death, of course it's not triggering the engine off, so I'm like kind of grateful for that. I am and I'm not, because the biggest problem is that if the battery is having issues, I won't know. So I really can't stand how they set all that up these days. I can understand emissions and everything and trying to save gas and whatnot, but you know, when I grew up, I remember everybody always telling me that if you leave turning the engine on and off, I could have sworn that was like supposed to eat gas because you're constantly turning on the ignition. And it's supposed to eat more gas, but that's just, I know nothing. I just drive cars to work and back. Yeah, we'll let them dry for a little bit. You know what? No, what we can do while we're waiting is let's base the arms. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean. Like, that's one thing I wish I could have gotten rid of on my Jeep, because that is one of the most annoying things is that thing turning on and off. And then the reason why I don't like it is because, you know, when you hit a light and you have the, not exactly the right of way, but you have the ability to go. Uh-oh. I can use black on that, we're good. That could be a serious problem, because now you have to wait for the damn vehicle to turn on as you're about to turn right, or you're trying to cut across traffic and you find an actual moment to do it. But of course your vehicle turned off and now you have to wait for the engine to turn back on and the transmission to move. I remember running into that a couple times where I almost got hit because the damn thing didn't turn on fast enough. Yeah, I think it's more of a hazard than it is anything else, in my opinion. But hey, you know. I'm not getting it on the screen. All right. See, the problem is I still haven't solved my lighting problem for paint sessions. That's the reason why I'm actually, I haven't said it yet, but I am actually currently working on a new light setting in the studio, where I plan, I mean, they're already actually there. I have a spotlight there. So I took my outdoor, there we go. So I was like, what I could do is take those, because I was not sure what I was going to do with them. Part of me was thinking I was going to hold on to them or find somebody who wants them. But I was like, you know what I could do is, these are very strong lantern lamps. And I was like, keep them, because there's a good chance you might use them for the studio. The only problem is trying to find... Oh. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at this here. That's not supposed to be there, but that's molding. Molding from the print of the model. But anyway. So yeah, I kept them, and I was like, I was checking everything out the other day, and I was like, you know, there's got to be a way for me to set them up on the stream, because my lighting is not working for paint days at all. I kind of want to take the ones that I'm using right now as the overhead lights, which I actually moved them to because I was getting a lot of glare from them. But I was like, what I could do, I shouldn't be using this brush. What I was thinking was, I'll take that down, and I've got those two outdoor spotlights right now set up. So what's cool about that is I can actually move those in any direction, have them pointing any direction, looking any direction, tilting any direction, and I can have those directly on here. They're going to be bright. That's the only thing, but I can control the brightness. The thing that I'm worried about is that it is a spotlight, so they're made for distance. And since it's only like about 3-4 feet away from the table, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, we'll be getting a spotlight effect, but there won't be. The nice thing about them, because of that, we won't get any we won't get any reflection of it on the map tiles. So that'll be very, very, very helpful, because the glare I was getting from the other ones was driving me a little bit crazy. All right, let me get the red, and we'll use the orange too, because I might have to beef it up a little bit. Ooh, man, talk about being anxious to come out. Damn. Oh, I already got one that I've opened. Yep. Okay. This we're going to use layering on, because red is a pain in the ass. Oh, yeah, no. I should have let it dry. I didn't let it dry. Look what it did. Let it dry. It's not quite done. Or it's too watery. It might be just that it's too watery. You know what I'm gonna do? Just grab a little bit of it. I don't need a whole lot. And we just kind of want to splash the bottom of it. Yeah, that's too much red paint. We'll be using that later, though. This one was a little too dark. This one was also a little too dark. This one actually turned out right. I think it's still wet, though. One more. Did I even bother doing his thing? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm like, why are you all the way over there? Are you in timeout? There. We'll probably have to put one more layer on there when it dries. Shouldn't take too long, to be honest with you, but that'll give me a little bit of time to add a little bit more. Or work on another guy here. I don't know, I like the bristles on this brush. I really don't. Okay. Again, I'm actually kind of glad there's only 6 of these guys. I can't do Warhammer stuff anymore. It's just... It's tedious and exhausting painting a legion of 100 or 100 plus models that are all the same. I have to add that part because I am looking up at the treasure trove of models that the backlog of models that I need to paint eventually. But at least, like I said, it's small groups. No, I say that, but there is actually the Crimson. What are they called? The Crimson, not Fist, Crimson something. Crimson Enclave or something like that. But that's like a whole group of 20, I think. I think we actually fought a whole group of 20 before, and they're not fun. Especially their Inquisitors. Oh my god, we fought their Inquisitors before. Now, they weren't bad the last time we fought them. That was because we unloaded... The team unloaded, like, every ability they had. And I think dropped dynamite and everything on them. But then... There was one time I remember fighting the Inquisitors without any buffs. And it was just... it was awful. I got careless for a second there, and luckily I didn't screw up. And I'm still using the worst possible brush for this. The bristles on this thing are pretty much in bad shape, and I really should be painting it. There's those molding errors again. This model has them too. I'm not surprised. This is like some of the first run models from Flying Frog. I think these guys specifically came in with the Derelict Ship expansion pack. I don't think they were a solo expansion. Although I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Yeah, I could be, because it's possible these guys came with, because they come with a I forget what his name, but he's basically the collector. He's basically like the puppet master of these guys, and he comes with his own deck of cards, I think called Sinister Plot. And what he does is, man, this paint's not holding well. Anyway, what he does is, who did I finish? Okay, there he is. I just remember like a lot of his cards, his Sinister plans were not great. I think some of them are actually like he takes pieces of you, so like I think you like lose permanent health or something. Possibly gear. Because his whole thing is collecting bits and pieces from every creature that he runs into. Oh, I think, you know what, he's probably like the library too. The archives. So in the Targa Plateau, God, it's hot in here. The Targa Plateau, I need a better fan. Anyway, in the Targa Plateau, there's the library, and they have the archives there. And every time you go there, the actual world is reading you and understanding you. And sometimes they'll ask you to make a test, and if you fail the test, you're adding tokens to the archives, and the more the archives understand you, or we'll just say this, the more you visit the archives, the more likely any enemy, and this is in any world, any enemy that is Targa, that has the keyword Targa, will get bonuses against you, because the library that they come from understands how to fight you now. Pretty cool, right? I really like that rule. Horrifying and terrible, but I really like the idea that an alien species is kind of spying on you, and it's just so cool. And what's scary about that is that the Targa Plateau enemies are actually pretty horrifying. They're not like scary or anything. It's just like when it comes to combat and all, they're pretty nasty. Because I think they're all constructs. Every single model I think is a construct. Robot, construct, stuff like that. And yeah, they tend to get a lot of bonuses. Uh-oh. Okay. Getting there. I did not glue that hand well. Whenever I did this, I did not glue that hand well. I guess it just makes him further look like he's a puppet like he's supposed to, so I guess that works out. I'm a real boy. It's kind of hard to get into these spots considering how bad this brush is. I don't want to make any screw ups here. That'll do. Oh. This wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so hot. Sorry, it is crazy hot in North Texas right now. And it's like, it's not just a dry heat either, it's a muggy heat, which is, in my opinion, one of the worst. You know, yeah, that's true. I was actually thinking about it. I was like, you know, what would be cool is, yeah, see, that bothers me right there. But So I've been playing around with the features of these cameras. Finally, you know, I've owned one of them for a solid year, and I've been playing around with the features of them, and it dawned on me there's some cool things I could be doing with them. And one is paint sessions. If I had one model, like, you know what, I'll give you an example. Let's say I was painting this big guy right here. Actually, you know what, I don't even need to, I'll just pick a model. So let's say I wanted to single out a model, this guy. What I could do is I could actually have OBS Bot single out the model, and now it's going to always focus on it no matter where I put it. So I can be like here, moving it around, blah, 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 move down here, reposition, paint over here. I'm like, if I had a single model I was doing that to, 100% I would do that, because that is so cool that it moves around. Problem is that I do have a big group of these guys, and of course if I put him down and go to the next guy, well, now you're not seeing the other guy I'm painting. So I'm like, as cool as this is, it's just not going to happen. And it sucks because I really want to do that with the board game too, because I was testing it yesterday and it was just so cool to see the camera panning when I was moving a specific character around the board. I was like, that is if I could get that, if OBSBot, if you're listening, please implement that. I don't care if it's using my processor. It would be so awesome if I could use the presets to preset specific models, where it could go back to the previous known location of the last set preset, grab that model again. So that'd be just, oh, that'd be so cool. Because then I could be like, we're going to Abby. I click on the purple character, and then it switches from yellow to purple, and you see the camera pan to that, and it just follows the yellow. Oh my god. Oh, that would be so cool. That'd be so flippin' cool. I would love that. Because look at that. Isn't that cool? It just follows me around. Oh, it lost it. It thinks it's this guy now. He looks too familiar. Okay, as you can see, there are some issues. But it is cool just the same, you know? I had a lot of fun with that. I think it's still on. Oh, there's a way to turn it off. Bloop. It usually works. Oh. Oh, that's why. Okay, I just need to turn it off. How do I turn it off? Is it this button? All right, I'm just gonna select something because I'm scared if I press. Nope, that works. Okay, so back to it then. God, it's so sensitive when it's this close. I'm just gonna stop talking. Okay, so I'll be right about here, painting the mini. Yeah, that works. If not, I will just move things around a little bit. Let's go ahead and dab a little bit of red on these guys again. I want to get that done. I don't think we really need the yellow. I think this is going to be enough red. This one's kind of blotchy. Ugh. There we go. All right, I don't really like that over here. And I don't want it on the gaming mat. I really don't have a good place to put you. Yeah, I think they're good. Let's just go back to finishing up those arms and legs, I guess. We've got 3 down, 3 to go. Basing. Oh, I love it. It's my favorite part of painting. It is so much fun. So much fun going over these arms. I just love basing models. I am being so flippin' sarcastic right now because this is the most hated part of painting for me. I hate this. This is the usually where I'm like, I just don't want to do it anymore. I can't stand basing models. That's why those new brushes I got save me a lot of time when I need to do it, but stuff like this, I'm kind of stuck actually using a standard brush. Oh, I really need to get myself a new one because look at that. Look at those bristles. That's just terrible. Yeah, but I was thinking is instead of working on those astronauts, those undead astronauts, I might actually pull out some older models and just finally finish them. I've got slashers that I'd like to finish, which reminds me I need to order the new slasher pack. There's a new swarm pack. Well, I missed out on it actually. It was on Flying Frog, their commerce website for a while, and I remember putting it in my queue, and then I didn't bother getting it, and now I regret it because I would have liked to have seen the swarm. I can't get to that spot. Yep, I can't get to it. But I really wanted those swarm rules because I would like to see swarm slashers. That would be so cool. I'm actually a little frightened because slashers do a lot of damage. They're pretty frightening, but I would like to see what they're capable of. TnT Bros, how you doing? Dustin, Devin, both. How you guys doing? Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn off the track. That shouldn't be on the screen. Dustin, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Just painting some models today. Trying to still work out the kinks on the audio for the stream before we start doing anything. I want to make sure that you get a nice clean audio feed. Super close to it. Yeah, I know, right? Painting day. It's a lot of fun. So I'm trying to get these guys done. I still got to do some washes. Still trying to base some of their stuff. They're called flesh drones, and what they do is they go around and they collect bits and pieces of everybody, mostly the heroes. And I think, oh god, they got endurance. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, these guys are from the derelict ship expansion. Well, they're not in the actual expansion. I think they're a box set you have to buy, but they come with like an overlord. Well, we are down whenever, man. Cool, bro. Yeah, it's just I'm trying to think because I think what would happen is because I can't pull stuff from Lumia Stream directly to my digital audio interface. So I'm going to change tracks because this one's all screwed up. But what I do have going on is I have my desktop audio running through to it, as well as my Stream Deck audio, and of course my mic running through it. So it's basically sending every little audio piece into my OBS, and I can actually use that audio interface to send it to you guys via Discord, and you can just kind of use that. I'm just curious to see how it's going to turn out because I was trying Wavelink for a while with Mad Arts Treasures, and it was coming out fuzzy, and on my stream I was getting double mic. And it was just weird. And it was weird because it's like I would turn the mic on and off until all of a sudden it starts working again. Wavelink's it's free software. What do you expect from free software? Am I right? But it was either that or I was just going to see about pushing everything through OBS and then just having my mic with the OBS feed to you guys. Because I know that there's some moments I was having issues with the sound if I sent the stream. I don't know. There's a lot I gotta tinker around with. But anyway, yeah, definitely anxious to set up a session 0 and start creating characters. I just want to make sure the stream is ready, and it's very close, super close. Just got a couple things I need to fix. But for now, I'm gonna paint these for now, watch me hit this ball. What's that line? God, my memory's progressively getting worse. George Bush. Watch this swing. Is it watch this swing? I don't remember. And of course I moved things around. There we go. Ad break. Oh, I should have done this a long time ago. Ad break in 20 seconds, everybody. Yeah, we're just gonna try to get these guys done, and we'll move on to, I think I have a group of Void Hounds that are, they've been in the same shape for like, again, I think another, oh god, probably 10 years. I bought them, I think 2014, 2015, somewhere around 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. Or the 2017, I don't remember. We'll say 8 to 10 years, because they were also one of the first models I based and painted and started painting. And you'll see they're close. They're just not. They're definitely not done. I got some washes to put on them as well as a few other things. But I would like to get more of these guys done. The molding markers on these things are driving me crazy. Oof. Also, this paint's old. Biggest problem with this old paint is that it's not sticking well to the surfaces that I apply it to. this brush is so bad. But I keep telling myself, I'm gonna make it work. Ugh. Well, you know what? I'm looking at the legs and I'm like seeing all these brush strokes. I'm like, ew. But then there's another part of me that's like, oh, well, you know, that kind of works out. These are dead dudes with rotting flesh. So I guess that kind of, it's gonna be okay. I probably should water down the paint though a little bit. Ooh, I hit that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that might help. God, I love this song. I think I was using this as one of the Forbidden Fortress tracks, and then I cut it because I wanted a little bit more Japanese influence. It sucks because I actually really like it. The melody's really nice. Ooh, I clipped it. I clipped it. I clipped it. I know I did. No? Okay. But yeah, so I'm working on, not yet, actually I'm not working on it yet. It's currently in the process of composition or storyboarding actually. I'm planning on rebuilding the intro and everything, and I'm gonna have a special intro play that's gonna have like little clips of last season, this season, and welcome back from the ad break, everybody. And it's gonna be like, God, it just doesn't. Again, I gotta remind myself, it's decayed flesh. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, I'm trying to piece together something for an intro, and damn it, that's what you have for being careless. Oh, that dried already. Dang. Alright, well anyway, so yeah, I'm trying to build an intro for the stream, and it's going to mainly feature, of course, Shadows of Brimstone stuff. I know we had an Arkham Horror session at one time, and I'd definitely like to add that to the stream as well. I'm just not sure if I want to go with that, or if I want to go with Death May Die first, and then of course there's also Kingdom Death that I've been debating on building assets for. But I think what I want to do is I want to build something that's generic, that I can pretty much put every game into, and it'll just be like, I'm just going to tell what color icons, I'm going to have generic icons for, you know, health, sanity, whatever, corruption, whatever the game features. There's going to be like probably 5 different ones, and I'm just going to tell it, hey, this one needs to be this color, purple, blue, green, whatever, and then I can just kind of fill in the rest of the information, like what the ability is, stuff like that. And that'll be for things like, I mean, just about every game has health, but yeah, because I'm looking at stuff like Bloodborne, Elden Ring, the board game, of course, Death May Die, Arkham Horror, Eldritch Horror. Although, I was so into the idea of making one for Eldritch Horror. Oh, that was close. For Eldritch Horror, but I remember, like, when they released it as a video game, I was like, well, I don't know if I want to build it now. It's like, what's the point? It's like, I don't want to build elements for a board game stream when they turned the board game into a flippin' video game. I think we're done with the flesh tone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to giving them dabs of that reflective lighting. If I can find the brush that I used prior. And I'm going to use white this time. I hope that's not the brush. Probably is. I think I had it leaning against something. Oh, no, there we go. That is ridiculous. Okay, so one's a little too big. Try it. I know I'm having a hard time getting decent lighting on this. Just a little dab. There we go. Yeah, I kind of dig that. My hand's shaking. I hate it when my hand's shaking. I mean, who doesn't like it when their hand's shaking? I mean, who does like it when their hand's shaking? God, that was close. Crap. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a difficult time on that one. That'll do. Doesn't need to be perfect. I just want it to look like as if there's some type of reflective light or something happening to the model. Okay, that works. Pretty sure everything's dry at this point. So we might be able to move on to a few other things. Yeah. It might be best for us to continue with the flesh tones. So we'll do that. Actually, I will let the flesh tones dry a little bit. Because I don't want to... I'm going to wash them. And I don't want there to be any sections I'm not seeing that will mix in with the wash. So we'll go into this. Okay, we'll use this guy. All right. Hey, you all remember him? Season 1, we painted the magma giant. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really beginning to dig the red brim of the the base. It's really helping the models stand out. Gonna be hard to tell on this guy because he's so big, but yeah, there we go. I need to go get some. Yeah, I really dig that. On models like him, it looks amazing because it's like a nice contrast to the rest of the model. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get because I don't want to get any red on the green screen, even though I need to get a better one. I'm gonna get some paper towels. I keep looking up there. I need to get rid of you. But yeah, I need to get some paper towels. I'll be right back. There. Oh, I know why I have you here. I know exactly why I have you there. Okay. Oh, God. Ow. Got a little careless for a second there. Almost cost me. So the hero models, for sure, I'll be just putting the black base on because, of course, we'll be switching out their base color every time. Although, I guess I could technically just keep basing the model base. And then we wouldn't have to worry about clicking those things on. I won't have to print them out anymore. I still need to fix the printer, though. There's a lot of things I want to print. Like, there's terrain that I want to build. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, this model's old. And I can tell I went a little crazy with the matte spray because it's kind of destroying some of the paint work. Coco's after somebody. Yeah. It's nice to move into this apartment and get away from that whole RV living thing. It was not as amazing as I was hoping for it to be. I mean, when we first jumped into it, I was actually very skeptical. Well, before we jumped in, I was very skeptical. And then I got kind of RV drunk because we saw some really, really awesome looking RVs. but even though they looked awesome, they're really not that awesome. There's a lot of repair work, a lot of maintenance. If you have the time to do that, fantastic. If not, I highly recommend not doing it because it is a freaking money pit. It really is. Just about everybody we knew who lived there too said the same thing. The only reason why they do it is because they were moving around. Their job requires them to move from place to place. So that's the only reason why they have RVs. We did it because we thought it would be just simple living, all that stuff, but every time we turned around, something was wrong. Something was always wrong with it. Yeah, I don't miss it. But then we were always running into people, you know how country folk can be. Nothing against anybody, but they're definitely part of the don't tread on me crowd because they're the type that don't leash their animals. They're the type that have like rusted out pits of junk and cars like right next to their RV or their home. Big eyesores, you name it. And we ran into a lot of people who didn't have leashed, like just big dogs in general. And as playful as friendly as the dogs are, they're still really big dogs. And I have a 70-year-old mother who takes a tiny little Pomeranian out for a walk, and it's already happened before where a giant, and it's a giant husky, went after Coco. My mother picked her up, and what do you think the dog did? Leaped at her, knocked her down, and injured her shoulder. But I mean, you can kind of run that into that anywhere. But anyway, we went from that to this place, and it's not bad. The only thing is that it's obvious we have a lot of parents here who don't watch their kids at all. So they're out in the front yard over there using this. Basically, the staircase goes down to a T, then cuts down, then crosses down again, and splits. And they're using that as a goalpost. And when they miss the goal, it's right in front of our windows and our doors. And what do you think happens when they kick the ball too hard and without any accuracy, hits the window or the door? And I was like, it's one thing to be out there playing, and doing that. But once that thing starts hitting the window, that's when I start having a problem. But it's like I went out there, I had to talk to the kids yesterday, and immediately after I walked back inside, they went right back at it. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? But when I look around, I'm like, yeah, this is the kind of crowd that pays zero attention to their children. And it's not at all. Yeah, it's just the people here in general. But I also ran into that when I owned my house. When I lived in Marine Creek Ranch, we had that problem. Not as bad, but the problem with owning the house was that I had a house that was right next door to me that was being rented out to drug dealers. Oh my god. And it wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't for the fact that the guy who rented the place out was a complete jerk. He was threatening everybody in town. And it's like, dude, if you're gonna be, and it was obvious they were dealing because we were seeing them. Okay, I'll just come out and say it. Like, I could be saying all the things I saw, but it's just straight up someone came over and thought that we were their house, and they straight up were telling us, hey, we're here for the marijuana. And we're like, what? And they're like, isn't this 6171? And we were like, no, it's right there. And they go over there and we're like, go figure. But no, we've seen them take, like, they would have a rundown vehicle pulled up in a trailer, and they would open all the doors up and the trunk up to that car, and it was just not all black duffel bags, lots and lots of black duffel bags. And I was like, man, I wonder what could be in those. And we always had cops kind of like hanging around our area. Now, granted, we do have cops that live in the area, but these were like people on duty who were actually like hanging out like on the other side of the street, watching the area. So it was like, yeah, it was obvious that these people were up to something. But every time I turned around, my stepdad would get into a fight with them. And I was like, dude, don't pick a fight that you can't win, because they'll have a group over here. It'll be you versus like who knows how many. I guess so many to base. All right, let's make that wash. I'm debating if it's worth putting any mixing medium in it. Which I don't have it in here. It's weird. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we'll go ahead and use it. Kind of helps. There we go. All right. So what we're going to do is, right, we're doing the flesh. So we're going to use Iraqi sand to kind of give it a little bit of a shade. I'll put it over here. We don't want too much because it's only 6 models. It's not like the Lizard Men where we had like, I think 8 models total. Yeah. There was a lot of space to cover on those models as well. And I might have to actually go and get some new water too, because I don't want to mix any red in on this. So I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to switch out the water because it's very, very red. Yeah. Life was very interesting when I owned a house. Loved it. Miss it. But I don't miss the taxes I was paying. In the end, on top of course, since I had a loan that on its own was about, because I had to buy insurance, and then of course on top of that the property taxes kept going up here in North Texas nonstop. There's a reason why we had protests over that. First time I ever actually seen a big protest in Fort Worth against the rise of property taxes. Usually people here are like, because it's Texas and they're proud, they usually just go along with whatever's happening. But I guess people actually finally got fed up. And this was like, God, I think this was like 2021, 2022, somewhere around there. It was around COVID, a little bit after COVID, but people had enough, and they really stuck it to the government on that one, which was great, because there was no real reason for the taxes to go up. It wasn't like as if there was anything added. And most of the time it was just because of schools. They were just constantly telling us, well, we need to add this to the schools, we need to give this to the schools. And yet we would never see that money go into the schools. It would always go into road work, and dumbass road work too, if you don't mind me saying. And again, excuse my language there on that one, but seriously, it was dumb. It was really, really dumb what they did. In particular was, I think it was Saginaw? No, Lake Worth. Because they kept coming to, of course, the people in our district and telling us, hey, the superintendent was like, we need more money for the school system. And when they finally admitted what it was for, we were all like, hells to the no. They wanted to upgrade the stadium, the football stadium, or the field, because it was used for soccer and stuff, but mostly football games. But they wanted to upgrade the field in our school district, and of course, all the residents were like, "No way, where taxes are not going to go up because you decided to increase the budget for um, another stadium upgrade. They wanted to put artificial grass and they wanted to do all these other things. And the problem with artificial grass is the upkeep on that can be just as expensive, if not more so, than real grass, especially with how people treat it. But yeah, when I left, I think I was paying about 6,800 a year in property taxes. And I was like, I'm single, I live alone. I don't see any point in keeping a house. I think I should probably put more paint. Not really happy with it. But I do miss it. And honestly, my streams would be a million times better if I had kept it. And actually, what's crazy was I was peer pressured multiple times by several people. As a matter of fact, Devin from DMD Bros peer pressured me for a while to start streaming board games. I just never got into it because I was focused on me going out clubbing, enjoying my going out on the weekends, having fun. I was like, I owned a ton of board games, but I just never really. My thing was, I was like, I'm not really a host. I'm not the kind of person with the personality who can keep people entertained like others. But at the same time, there was always a part of me that was interested. But if I had that house, yeah, this stream would be a lot cooler. I need to probably move the camera again, don't I? So I'm constantly moving. See, the problem is again, what I want to do is I got these two lamps, these horizontal lamps that I want to put above this up here, shining downward. That'll give me all the lighting I keep looking up there. Give me all the lighting I need. And I'm getting close to finally setting this up the way I want it. And what I would like to, okay, there we go. Like I said earlier, I do have those flood lamps. They're basically spotlights that I would like to set up. I feel like I'm missing something on this model. Normally I dry brush before I do this. Well, that dang it. Yeah, see, I'm getting it all over the place. There we go. Did I even get this arm? I don't think I got this arm. I did not do this arm. It's okay. We can make this work. Luckily, what's on there is light gray, so it's not really that bad. I might just do one more pass on it. But yeah, Devin from the DMD Bros tried peer pressuring me into streaming. I don't know if anybody's familiar with him, but he used to also. I don't see him doing it anymore, but he used to podcast and stream all the time. Was Joseph from what's it called? Nerd Sloth. He was also part of the Inner Gamer, as well as Devin. Yeah, they always tried to peer pressure me because I had like a big collection of board games, and specifically, I was very passionate about doing a lot of projects with them, with these board games. Like as you're seeing here with Shadows of Brimstone. This was actually always something I wanted to do create a system just like this that does all the hard work for me. I'd like to go further with it. Much as I love Shadows of Brimstone, I do kind of want to branch out a little bit to other games. I'm not worried about that. It's going to be brown anyway. Although I'm not gonna lie, it's going to be really hard to make that leap to another game, because when I look at the amount of time I have these days and how exhausting it is to set things up, I mean, it took us a while to get to this point, and I still want to fix up and add a few more features. Like, is it really worth it going for, you know, generic board games? And I'm like, yeah, it is. It is, because it's nice to make a little change here and there. And my goal is to make, like I said earlier, make a generic template that I can change out the assets on to kind of just match up whatever game we're playing. And it will just be limited assets. And I'm going to make a template board, a green screen. Because my original plan with this stream wasn't to actually scan everything, but my goal was to take the cards, and I was going to have a green screen that chisels out every single card from a template, and it will show it on the screen. That was my original plan. There's part of me who still wants to do that. There's part of me who wants to kind of have the camera set up differently this time, and like there's like a small section at the base that's just a bunch of tokens that I can have it cut the tokens out, and then I can put them anywhere on the screen. I would love to do that, and I can do that. It's just the time and the preparation to get that set up is going to be a lot of work. But I definitely want to create a generic board game stream, because I want to play... I keep saying I want to play Elden Ring. I've never really been a huge fan of the Souls games. I apologize to anybody who's a big fan. I mean, actually, I'm not talking any trash. It's just not for me. There was a time where I would have loved a game like that, but my reaction time these days is just piss poor. I can't play games like that. I just can't. This is why I kind of went to board games. It takes me a little bit longer to actually process what to do. But that, and there's a couple, the few times that I've played, I think it was Dark Souls 1, possibly 2, I'm not sure which one it was. I think it was 1. I remember getting very frustrated and just being like, I just don't like, I miss the days of starting over again and learning, and that's how you get better at a game. But I look at it now, it's like, especially, I played it when I was working in broadcast in NBC, and like, I started becoming very impatient working there, developed like a drop in tolerance for things that take too long. So if I'm not seeing progression well enough, I will quit. And that's because it's just how that business was. It was like, if something's not working out, you hurry up and move on to the next thing, because you need to really be super motivated to get your projects done. And it's just, I became impatient. And that's because we always had too much work. That's just about anywhere, I guess, but all I remember was like, I'd come in and it would be like, here's 12 or 13 orders in your queue due within the first 2 hours of your shift, including animations. Oh, no, don't forget those projects you're working on. It's like, okay. So again, it's like, you start learning ways to cut corners and get things done instead of actually making things pretty. And that's one thing I'm suffering on the stream, is that I'm instead of just like building the core concept and then editing it and comping it and storyboarding, I'm like, nope, set it up, done, send it out. I kind of adopted that when I was working over at NBC, which is a bad thing. Okay, I really dig how the flesh tone turned out. I think that was a really good combo. but I will still probably use the chocolate for like. Nah, I'm gonna use black. No, I'll use chocolate. What we'll do is I'll do a blend of. Actually, no, I know what to do. We have flat Earth. So what I'll do is I'll use flat Earth for the areas that are touching, basically going underneath the the clothing, and then I'll use black to kind of blend it. The camera's freaking me out. I have it there for my PC, but I also kind of want to take it down because I'm constantly looking at it thinking that that's who I need to talk to. So I have this new setup because Tom wants to come back. He's thinking by the end of the month he'll be jumping back on the stream. Not every week, but probably like once a month, twice a month, who knows. Because he needs an output, and I'm like, hey man, Shadows of Brimstone Fridays, I know everybody misses you. So I got a new setup, because originally I was using that spot up there that I keep looking at, and it was gonna use a wide shot of this area, and now I'm like, okay, it's not gonna work out too well. So now I've got the main camera is now here looking at me directly, and then I've got another one that's over there looking at that spot directly. So now what I'm gonna do is you're gonna see, like right here, you're gonna see the split in half, and you're gonna see me here, Tom there. So that's how it's gonna be set up for the stream. So we'll be looking directly at you instead of up there, which kind of sucks because I actually kind of liked that setup. Another thing too is I put this bad boy here, which is the camera, the card cam, the new card cam. And I did that because I wanted to make it easy for when Tom shows up, the two of us can actually work the card screen. I just need to find a way to get better lighting over there. That's my problem. And I'm hoping that with these new spotlights, well, not new, they're kind of new. They're set up new, but they're old lights. But I was hoping that those guys would actually do the trick because they're bright. They are bright. But I kind of figured that those might work out pretty well to get rid of a lot of the gloss, not the gloss, but a lot of the reflection we were getting on the tiles. Because I was noticing when we had them set up, I had them set up originally above the table, which looked awesome and it lit everything up beautifully. The only problem was I was getting a lot of glare from the overhead camera. When we did the shots from that camera over there, and we're getting these nice angled shots, we weren't seeing anything because the lights were no longer being reflected because of the way the camera was angled. But the overhead one was constantly picking up glare from those shots. So with how they're set up right now, pretty good. But I think we can do better. Yeah, I like the flesh tone. Kind of. I'm thinking we might actually go a little heavy on the flat earth. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna dab it. We don't want a lot of it. You know, I might just cover the whole leg in this. I should probably let it dry first. I should probably let them all dry first because that is a wash. All right, so we'll get this bad boy over here, Mr. Scorpion. One of my favorite models. I just love how the Scorpion looks. It was easy to paint too, just a lot of dry brushing. Washing and dry brushing. That's how I was getting that blue, that dark blue stripe, which of course I use my favorite color. I can't help it. Deep sea blue is like one of my favorite colors. But yeah, I think all I did was I based it gray, went really heavy on the black wash, and then I think I went with like blue and of course purple for the dark stone. I kind of wish I did a better job in the dark stone. It's kind of hard to tell. Did I even put... I'm gonna wonder if I even put a matte spray on this guy. Oh, it might have been a regular... It might have been a regular overcoat of varnish. Because I'm not seeing... Your pincers are in the way. Man, I really screwed up the base rim on this thing when I originally painted it. fix that. Ooh. Ooh, boy. Whatever varnish I used, I kind of wish I used the matte instead. It would have totally gripped it a lot better than it is right now, because I'm seeing a lot of red stroke patterns on this as I'm putting this on. Again, I'm actually really digging the red brim on these guys that I'm adding. It actually does look really good. Yeah, really helps them stand out a lot more. I might put another coat on these guys. We'll see how they look when I'm done. So I saw the new. Finally went to go see the new Mario Galaxy yesterday, and I really enjoyed it. But I will say the ending was a little bit off for me. I really enjoyed it, but the ending just felt a little bit off. Like, I was expecting, was it King Toad? I forget what his name is. But from Super Mario 2, I was expecting him to have some bigger part in the movie because there's a couple lines that he said. But either way, it was really awesome. Yeah, I did really enjoy it though. Makes me very curious about the Zelda movie. I think we're good there. Bishop, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's Painty Paint Day. Trying to finish these guys in their bases while I'm letting these guys dry on their wash. Oh, I really wish I didn't use that glossy black on these guys. Also, I think I might get some PVC glue, and I might go ahead and add some grass to this. If anything, I'm actually really wishing I had painted, because these guys belong in the beast, the belly of the beast. I kind of begin to wish I painted. I think I was being stubborn when I did the base on this, because I was like, oh, I'm just going to make everything the mines. And now I'm like, I should have just done belly of the beast. It would have just made more sense. It would have looked better. But yeah, I'm really digging the red on these bases. Which is good, because actually this gives me an extra coat of paint on those bases. So, and we don't have to do that. We don't have to clip anything on them anymore. I'll go ahead and finish these three guys, these other two versions. Flesh Walker, not Flesh Walkers. they're called. But we'll just go ahead and paint the base on these guys, and then I'll go back to flesh drones here. We're almost done. What I have on the table right now is what's left over, and it's really just the serpent men. The serpent men, that's pretty much it. Those are the last ones I need to base. But yeah, I want to get some PVC glue and PVA, I think it's, is it PVA? PVA glue. Anyway, I'm gonna get some dead grass and I'm gonna probably glue it to the base just to kind of blend it. But it's either that or I might just go back over it and just repaint it and give it a fleshy look like I did with the tentacles. What are those things called? They're green. They got the big mouths with teeth. Big mouths with teeth, green. That could be an orc to some people. Like little green worms. There we go. Carrion crawlers? No, the carrion crawlers are the little guys with little. They're like gremlins. All right, after that, oh, the lizard men, and then of course, Belial. How much do I have left? Okay. Yeah, we need to do Belial. And oh, thank you, Bishop, for banning them. You're kinda welcome here. How heavy am I gonna go on this? Yeah. I need new brushes. I need new paints. These paints are old. The water's a little too red, but it's brown, so I'm not really worried about it. A little too thick. I think that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Just enough to stain. Overdo it. I just want to hit specific spots. I guess doing the underside of this like wouldn't be bad because that would be darker. Just like the underside of his arm. I guess that would make sense. Do the undersides. Everything. There we go. Like that. Should we get the detail of these metal knobs here? Yeah, not bad. And we'll see how it dries. Of course, when it dries, it's going to look a whole lot different. Probably should have made it a little thicker. Yeah, that's helping. We might have to add one more layer. We'll see. I might just go straight into the black after this and see how that works. Okay. It's gonna force me to do the whole leg because there's just some, yeah, it just does not look great if I don't do it. Ad break in 4 minutes, everybody. Get off. There we go. I think I probably should have done a little. Do the dry brushing afterward. We'll see. We'll see if we even need it. We probably will, but I think we're gonna do a little bit of dry brushing on there. Some white. I think that's what probably gonna need the white. There's a mark right there. I guess I'm just gonna hit that with black. What's this? Here's red. Sucks. Little blotch of red on there. Not being careful. That was probably when I was painting one of the bases, and these guys were still on here on the parchment paper. Two more? Yeah, two more, because these guys all have the brown on them. That sounds funny. He definitely has... Yeah, it's this guy here. Nice thing about having a watered down wash is that it will all seep to where they need to be, or at least just enough of it will be where it needs to be, and then the rest will just go down to the base. Yep, works out pretty good. The only thing is, there's a good chance when it dries, it's not going to be as dark as you would like for it to be. So you got to be mindful of that. Working with washes can be a pain in the ass. I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, it helps. Sometimes these toes, I mean, the detail on these guys isn't the greatest. Being the first run. Having a gray model is funny. I watch you paint it gray and then wash it dark gray. Yeah, it was also the dry brushing, but what I'm gonna do is I'm definitely gonna hit it up with a black wash afterward. A very, very watered down black wash. Give me 1 second. I think I got a package. Oh. Or not. Oh my god. Oh. That's what I get for laying on my leg. Oh. All right. We'll let them dry. And let's go ahead and base these bad boys. You all remember him? Yeah, I got these guys to do, and then that's it. How many are there? 8? Oh, and then Belial. You know what? I'll go ahead and do Belial first. And then we can move on. There's part of me who still wants to add a layer of the hot orange. I did not matte coat him yet. Nope. The smart thing for me to do would have been to actually base it white first and then apply the red. But I am very lazy. But I think this will work out. Careful. Be very, very careful. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Just gonna base the Belial model we have here. Yeah, see how nice and bright that red is coming out over there? There. We can say that he's finally done. We had him done, what, back in December? I just couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with the base at all. So there we go, we got Belial. He's, at this point, as much as I would love to add the lighting effects on him, I think I'm just going to keep him as is. It would be cool, though, to add the lighting effects. It'd be wicked cool. I need a pot for him who's dry. Hand-eye coordination is trash, I swear. I swear it is. Alright, there we go. Okay. If I was gonna see that red blotched on him, I was gonna lose my mind. Oh, we still have this red paint out. Let's go ahead and do a couple of these guys. This one's gonna be a little tough. There's the package. There we go. One down. Again, I'm actually really beginning to dig the red base on these guys. On models that aren't red, or it's like a nice contrast. I like it. I might have to get some more matte spray. In the move, my can of matte spray, the topper kind of popped off, and now I can't get it back in. So there's probably a way to repair it. All right. Not bad. We're looking good. We're looking good. Ish. You know, it's not bad. Next, I think I really want to darken the tubes going to his mouth or going into their helmet. Yeah, and then we need to put brown on those bags. And then we've got. Yeah, we got the little terminal on his that he's got chained around himself. Is that chain or is that rope? Can't really tell in the model. Looks like chain. Yeah, it's chain. I guess we'll go ahead and just base coat the brown. We'll start base coating all the other little things. I think we're pretty much done with the model as far as all the major stuff. So I think from here on out, it's really just kind of, we'll just base coat all the leather, and I don't think there's wood. Well, yeah, I think the handle of this weapon is like leather bound, so, well, not leather bound, but leather wrapped. And of course we got the bag. It would help if I did this. We had the bag, that. I'm going to be using oily metallic oil. I think is what is it? What is oily metallics? Oily steel. Anyway, oily steel. We're going to put that on here, and we're going to use that also for the chains, and of course these metal brackets that are holding his body together. And the model is pretty much the same. Yeah, pretty much the same. Cool. So we're close to done. And then what I want to do after them is I want to finally finish these guys. These guys have been like this for years. And I'm like, I think it's time that we finally finish them, because they're pretty close to done, to be honest with you. All we got to do is just put a wash on that tongue, darken the inside of the mouth, do the teeth. The gums as well need probably the same color as the tongue. These cut marks, flesh wounds. I might go through and do a light dry brushing of what? I don't know, a heavy dry brushing away, because I think they're supposed to be pale on top. So we'll do a nice heavy. Ooh, hold on. What color are those eyes supposed to be? Void Hounds. I'll just pull up their card when we get to it. But I want to finish these guys. I like the gradients that I got going on here, and I'm gonna definitely roll with that. Are they all doing it? Yeah, they're all doing it. Okay, so yeah. The more I look at this, the more I'm thinking we're pretty much done with these guys. Just need to dry brush some highlight. See if we need a wash after that, which I don't think we do. I think he's got a really good thing going on already with the wash. I think at this point, all we really do need is just a dry brush of white. And then I think these eyes are supposed to be red. So what we'll do is we'll do black, and then we'll just start lightly fading in red into those eyes to maybe like an orange in the middle. Make them really glow. God, the Void Hounds are so cool looking. I remember getting this box set and being like, yay, cool. I don't know, I didn't really have anything to say for that. I just remember being like, cool. These guys are cool. What now? I said we were gonna paint brown. I have flat earth. I know I have a leather in here somewhere. That's chocolate. More chocolate brown. Another flat earth. Oh yeah, that's fresh. I will use this one. That is... I don't know which chocolate brown to use. Ooh, mahogany. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I love mahogany. It's such a cool color. You know I want flesh tone. There is a brown that I have that should be. You know what? I'm just gonna mix it. That's what I'm gonna do. Is that silver? I don't want that color. I want silver. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take white and I'm gonna mix it in with flat earth probably, just a little bit. And I'm gonna use that as a dry brush on anything that is the brown, because I want to use mahogany. I love mahogany. It's my favorite color for brown, red, whatever. I love it. That's like, mahogany for red is like the deep sea blue for blue-green for me. I don't think that made any sense. Either way, I'm gonna use this. Good God. Calm down. I know you want to come out. That'll do. That'll do. Once you start getting all these details, all these little pieces, these bits and stuff, the model starts looking a whole lot better. Originally, I was thinking about just leaving this black. Oh my God, is it not sticking? Hold on. It looked like the paint was retracting when I was painting this area. Okay, I think it's just my imagination. Thank God. I was like, please don't tell me it's not sticking. So that's brown. The handle, oh boy, the handle's gonna be a difficult thing to work on. Oh, thank God I got the magnifying lens. I think I'm just gonna do this, and then I'm just going to darken everything else. Yeah. See, it's not looking too bad. Looking quite alright, if you ask me. I don't know what accent that was. Here we go. I would need a lot more than that. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, that's way too much. There we go. I'm a little worried about rubbing the the dry brushing that I put on this model, rubbing it off. Okay. I got it on hand. Yep, I sure did. And this is when not putting your model together and painting it piece by piece before gluing it together is where things are just, it's just a better thing to do. I'm just very impatient. I like having the models out. I like seeing them. I think this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be metal. Again, with too much paint. Anything else that's brown on this guy? Does he have a sack? He does not. Okay, I really don't like how much paint is on this end. There we go, that's better. The Harkonnen. See, I've only seen the new Dune movies like once each. I like them. It's just I feel like the pacing and everything is just too slow for me. And I mean, again, it's like everything is super artistic and the music and everything. It's so cool. I like the atmosphere and everything. But it's just for me, it was one of those like movies I can only watch it one time, and after that, I just kind of. I actually did fall asleep during it the first time I watched it. Toward the end of the movie, the first one that is, toward the end of the movie, I fell asleep. Just like I said, the pacing was just too slow for me. I love the original one, even though that one still. I loved the first one. Can't help it. Oh God, no, no. Well, too late now. Anyway, I remember watching the TV series. Was it TnT that made it? I think it was TnT that had the TV series, and then of course Children of Dune after that. But I remember as a kid loving it. And then when I got older and I remember watching, I think the first couple episodes, I was like, why did I like this? But, one thing I've always wanted to do is actually read the books. Oh, well, I think I just screwed up on that hand. No, we're good. But I always thought the Harkonnens were pretty cool for a villain. And my dad was a huge fan, of course, of the first one. He didn't really care for the new one. I mean, he still liked it. He just wasn't a huge. He was strictly in love with the '80s one, and don't get me wrong, I liked the Baron in the first one. I thought what they did with him was pretty cool, but I got to admit, Skarsgård as the Baron was just, I don't know, he just kind of nailed it. Yeah, exactly, Bishop. From what I remember, what my dad told me about the books and everything, was there's a whole lot more than what was in the original movie. My uncle Paul was a huge fan of Dune, and he was in love with that movie. Some are a bit funky. And it's always one of those books I always wanted to read. What's crazy is that I remember like one book I actually really enjoyed, and then they made a movie of it, and it was terrible. Was Battle, or at least I thought it was terrible. Battlefield Earth. I remember really enjoying it in the book, but when the movie came out with John Travolta, ugh, it wasn't okay. It it's hard to say that it wasn't horrible. It wasn't really good. It sucks because I remember the actor that was in it at the time. Well, he was from he was in Saving Private Ryan and all that. I had high hopes for the movie. But what's crazy is when you read the book and you watch the movie, they're supposed to be bugs. They're supposed to be bugs with enormous circular globe-like heads and eyes and everything. And instead, it's like, well, John Travolta's in it, so we gotta show his damn face. It's like, dude, you know, if you're gonna make a movie about something like that, especially when the guy you pretty much worship is the guy who wrote the damn thing, at least try to stick to the material and not make it about yourself. Is that what happened? I think that's what happened. I just remember like when that movie came out, my dad was like, "Oh my god, I can't wait." We went to go see it. We walk out of the theater and he would not stop blasting how much he hated that movie. Oh my god, that was the biggest disappointment for him. Yeah, he was a huge fan of that. I feel like that sash should be brown instead. I mean, on the picture, it looks like it's dark gray. But I feel like it would look cooler if I went with brown. I'll just darken it some more. Yeah, it's crazy though. I barely I remember books that I've read. I barely remember anything that happened in any of them. It's like my visual memory is gone. I get really close to tapping that model, that cloak. Okay, I think we're good there. Not quite here. Get in this area. We're good. Because I remember reading an awful lot of the Star Wars Expanded Universe, like I, Jedi, and of course everybody's favorite, the Thrawn trilogy, which is what Heir to the was it Heir to the Empire? I know it's Dark Forces. Heir to the Empire, not Dark Forces, the video game with Kyle Katarn. I think it's called Dark Forces. And I think it's the second book. But I remember like reading the hell out of Star Wars. The book was pretty good. I mean, it was pretty much exactly what went down in the. Oh, God, no, not really. It was. I don't remember what happened in the books. All I remember was the main, like, the premise was, yeah, the humans were like Like there was a one human that the aliens were trying to train to kind of brainwash the rest of them, and like they thought if we worked with him, if we worked with the human, he'll be able to get them all to turn on each turn to us and whatnot, infiltrate and whatnot. But I guess it was pretty much just like the movie. I just remember liking the book better, and then the movie came out, and I think that tarnished the, the overall the book, the story, and everything. Because now it's like I can't get John Travolta's face out of the picture. But if I remember correctly, Jurassic Park was, of course, amazing. Michael Crichton, but like, if I remember correctly, I think the original Jurassic Park started off with the actual intro of Jurassic World, the movie. I could have sworn Jurassic Park started with that scene where that family's on the island on their yacht, and then they spot the dinosaurs and all that. I could have sworn that was in the original Jurassic Park. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, the legacy crap. I mean, they definitely pulled some of the assets from it, like, of course, Thrawn, because everybody wanted to see Thrawn, and they decided to add that in. And honestly, like, I'm really cool with the actor that they chose for Thrawn. He did a great job with the voice and everything. He sounds sinister, sounds like he's always scheming. I just feel like they really... Thrawn's supposed to be frightening, and I felt like they Disney villained him in Rebels because he didn't seem that threatening. Like, he should be a character that, like, you should have like a respect for, and I didn't feel that when I watched it. I remember being super excited to see Thrawn. And even in the live action, when they had Ahsoka, I was like, I think that the problem is in the books, they gave him more well, not personality, but they gave you more of who he is and why he thinks the way he does. When you watch the show, it feels like it's a different version, like an alternate reality Thrawn. That's how I felt. Because I was like, all the artwork, how he studies the different races and how they behave, and that's what he uses for his tactics. I was like, that is really, really, really cool. You didn't see that. I don't remember seeing that. I mean, yeah, sure, he looks like he didn't even really seem like he was observing anybody. He felt like another Grand Admiral Tarkin. That's what it felt like to me. Yeah, he didn't have the aura that I was expecting, which is kind of a shame. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but that's just how I felt. I'll be right back. You should probably put the cap on that because that could hurt somebody. It is getting so hot in this room. Yeah, I used to read a lot of Star Wars. Oh my god, that I love. My cousin. So before I got into reading, of course, I was always a Star Wars fan. A New Hope was like the movie, and then of course, I don't know. Like everybody was always about. Growing up, everybody was either Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi. For me, was always A New Hope because that ending on New Hope won me over every time. Oh, I loved it. Came in. It is, and it's the thing in Bishop is that it's not just it's not a dry heat, it's a muggy heat. So it's seeping in here, and I'm sweating, or I feel like I feel dirty because of it. But yeah. So anyway, it came in. This is the brand new Tiny 3 by Obsbot. And I love the Tiny 2s. I've been using them as that camera and the card cam, and the card cam comes out beautifully. I tried using their Tiny 2 Lite last night for the card cam, because now I got two cameras going different ways for Tom and myself, and for a guest if I ever have a guest on. But I tried using their Tiny 2 Mini, and even though it says it's 1080p, it feels like it's not even 720. It feels like it's lower. No, it feels like it might be 720. I couldn't read anything. It was pixelated. And everybody's like, well, you gotta get better lighting. And it's like, yeah, but I could do probably better lighting. But I think the biggest problem was that in general, its lens is just not good. These guys have a great lens. That camera does surprisingly well. So we get the new one, the new version of it. So I'm dying to see. It's supposed to do 120 frames per second. Not going to use that. 60 frames per second is perfect. But anyway, yeah, Bishop. I don't know if you saw earlier, but this is what I was talking about on Discord, and it's something that I might play around with. Which camera am I? Oh, I'm not on the right camera. Well, either way, let's say we're playing. Yeah. So the glare you're seeing is from, of course, the main light source there. Let's see. There we go. So let's say we want to focus on a specific character. I want to do this on stream, but I don't think it's practical. So let's say I wanted to focus on Abby over there. So now I can have the AI fixate on her, and if I move her around the board, it will follow her. Yeah, so that's how that works. Now, I'm not gonna lie, on this view, that's actually pretty cool. On the action view that I have, the side angle, it looks even cooler. It's just, the problem was that, of course, I'm lifting the model and moving it, so it's going, it needs to pick that up quickly, and it's not fast enough. This here, on the other hand, because no matter where I put it, well, it just, okay, so it just proved me wrong. It's trying to track something else. So what I do is I just need to come back here. Once I get the camera back to her, it recognizes the color and everything. So, but I really dig the fact I can be like, hey, she's over here. She's gonna move 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3. Oh, a second here. Okay, for a minute there, I thought her gun was coming off. Yeah, see, it recognized. So I can just kind of move her along, and it just kind of follows. And that's why I was saying, like, the side angle seemed to have worked a little bit better. I mean, even though now I'm moving the model up and over, I have to be a little slower about doing that. I think a good way to do this would be grabbing this guy here and just being like, do. Just grab the little finger here and just move her along. Because yeah, it'll be covering stuff, so I'll probably have to grab by the base and move her around. Finger up the butt. I was thinking about that, and I wasn't gonna say anything. But thank you, Bishop. Thank you for saying what everybody was thinking. But yeah, it's really cool, and it autofocuses. And as you were saying earlier, and I already said this when I was showing everybody on the stream earlier, I was like, One thing I really wish ObsBot would do would create a feature where instead of being location like view presets, it'd be awesome if it was like, you know, preset object 1, preset object 2 and 3, because my cameras don't move. They don't move around the studio or anything. So I'm like, it would be awesome if it was if let's say the first one was Abby and the second one was Hosho. If I can click on that and it will go to look for it at the last known coordinates that it was set to. That would be awesome. That would be perfect. Like for board game streams, that would be it. Because then I wouldn't have to worry. I'd be like, all right, we were now on Hosho's turn. Click on Hosho. It goes searching for him. He hasn't moved yet, so there he is. Or it'd be even cool if it can zoom out till it finds him and then zooms in. But the AI tracking on that, I don't know how the AI tracking works, so either way, it's a really, really cool feature, and I can't wait to. I my thoughts were I should get 2 more of these cameras, and I'll have one on each character. And there's another part of me. It's like, yeah, it's nice to have these overhead shots. It's really nice to have these overhead shots on occasion, being able to like sit here like this. But I got to admit, the action shot is pretty slick. All right, back to slowly painting these guys, because I am taking my merry time. Okay. Zoom in all the way, I think. There we go. There, that'll do. Okay. I'm just gonna say, let's go ahead and start painting the middle. I did all that dry brushing for nothing. Well, at least I'm doing this now instead of doing all that detail work earlier. So we'll go ahead and put the oily steel on it, and then we'll dry brush with the silver. And that will do everything we need for highlighting. Wow, this is a really, really dark metal. Perfect. It's exactly what we need. Okay, I'll use this brush. I may have to do an extra coat. That white is definitely popping through. That is a really dark silver. Holy, dark metallic. Oh, I probably should do that as well. These look like they would be metallic. I'll keep them there as they are. This should definitely be, you know what, why not? Let's try to do as much detail as we can on these guys, because there's really not much on them, so why not? We'll do metallic on this. And we'll dry brush that silver. The more detail, the better. And that's metallic as well. Yep. That's definitely gonna have to be painted. Probably that brim as well as the helmet. Oh, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna. Yeah, it already looks cooler with the metal on it. Might help if I actually move this into the right position, although I could just put it here and then zoom down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I already like how that looks. It's already a lot better with the metallic shade on it. Oh God! Oh, I panicked. Missing anything on him? Oh, yeah. The pegs on his legs and everything. If I had better lighting, this would be a lot easier. I really need to fix it. Oh, what am I doing? I'm touching the blade. More layer on this. It's probably a bad idea. I think it was still drying. Oh, man. Okay. He's actually looking pretty good now that we've got all this. Oh, I need to do that too. Okay. All right. I'm glad there's only 6 models. I am so flippin' glad there's only 6 models. Okay, I think we're good. What is all that? Just rotted flesh, I'm guessing? That's good. That's good. That's good. Oh, there's one on his other arm. I almost didn't see you, buddy. Yeah. Heyo! He looks pretty good. Aren't they cool? Like, not just they look cool, but I love the idea of the flesh drones. Especially considering they have the Overlord who's always looking for more and more bits and parts. So, because I think they take pieces from you? Could have sworn they had like special. I know they get special weapons from enemies. Salty Ethan! With the hydrate, thank you, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I really dig the flesh drones and what their purpose is. Oh yeah, I gotta do the back. That's definitely metal. Salty, how you doing, bud? Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. I almost forgot that's what day it is. Hands are getting so sweaty because of how hot it is outside right now. It's not good for the base of this model. I can feel the primer. Is it weird? I kind of want to paint. It needs to be black. Yeah. I was looking at this going, maybe I should paint that metallic too, but I think I'm just going to leave it black. Is it dry yet? Okay. I want to make sure we have a nice layer of metallic on there. Because some white, as you can see, some of the white's bleeding through. Half dead. Oh my god, 5,000 miles in 13 days. Holy crap, dude. Revenge of the Fifth, yep. Yeah. Yeah. Now that we got all that detail work, it's looking pretty good. 45 in Oklahoma. Really? In Oklahoma? Is there a front or something coming through there? Because it's hot. It's muggy and it's hot here in Texas. Let me see where it's at. Because I'm seriously borderline taking a shower in my own sweat right now, or bath. Yeah, it's 88, but very, very humid. Yeah, 52% is pretty high. All right, I think I'm gonna let him dry. Man. So Salter, are you back to trucking? Like, what do you, or are you just traveling for work? Like, what's going on? You trucking? Okay. That would explain the 5,000 miles for sure. Damn. I don't know how you do it, bro. I remember when I used to take trips from Lewiston, Maine, all the way down to. Well, first we'd get to New Paterson, New Jersey, and then we'd go from Paterson, New Jersey, the next day to Whitehaven, which is basically Whitehaven, Pennsylvania, which is basically Scranton, where they filmed The Office. But or where The Office was supposed to take place. I'm pretty sure it wasn't filmed there, but anyway, yeah, that trip alone, I used to hate that. So I can only imagine doing it for a day job, but I'm hoping they pay you all well. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I mean, I remember talking to a couple, and they like some of them, they love that living. They love traveling. They love seeing, you know, going from one place to the other. They've done it for years. Um, you know, back when I was working security and I was working the truck lanes where I had to give them entry, I used to talk to the truck drivers all the time, and some of them loved it, some of them hated it. For the most part, it always ended with this: they made good money, or at least that's what they said. They made good money. I don't know how it is today, but I don't know how they all did how you all do it. I had a hard enough time sitting in a cubicle. I can only imagine driving, especially when you're gonna make deadline. I'll look at the chat here in a second. I just want to get this stuff done here. Oof. Just part of me thinks that this is just too dark for metallic. But once I dry brush that silver, I think that might fix everything. I really hope it does. Add another layer to that, I think. Oh, that's good. So you're actually in more control over your drive, over your work. That's actually pretty sweet. Yeah, I was never quite sure how that all worked out. Whether you can pick or choose. God. This model's going to be a little bit hard to do because I can't quite... Okay, that worked out. Wait, there we go. Alright, this one does not have a really good French hole for the helmet, the visor. Those look like they might be nails. Those might be nails. Take a closer look here. Yeah, those are nails. I'm gonna go ahead and paint them. Oh, yep, my hand slipped. Yeah, you know what? That's a nail. There, I'm gonna leave it at that. That's a nail. Too close to the lens. I feel cross-eyed right now. Actually, there's one more right here. Okay, they're not nails. Well, oh no, they are nails. They're... or staples, one of the two. Yeah, I like that. Looks like staples going across the leg. That's pretty cool. These models are awesome looking. Once you actually get them to a decent stage in the paint job, they actually start looking awesome. We did that. We gotta do the backpack. And we'll go through with the silver and base. Well, not base, but dry brush the silver. There's more on this arm too. This is the arm I forgot to paint. That explains why it's a little dark. And I screwed that up. My hands are all sweaty. I think it's a good call that I made that metallic because it really helps settle a lot of the details on this guy. You know, when we only had the clothing done, I was really hating the model. Now I'm like, okay, they look cool. Oh, ad break in 4 minutes, everybody. Longest I've ever driven in one day was Boston to Rochester. Just under 400 miles, and I hate it. Yeah, I can't imagine doing it on a daily basis. I think there's part of me that would enjoy it. Not for the deadline stuff, but probably just to see the country. See the country and meet people. I don't know. I will say the one thing I enjoyed about traveling was like, or at least when I was younger, was stopping at pit stops and just talking. Going to bar, you know, stuff like that. And then of course, later on, just hitting up, bars or something. But I think I don't know. I think I would enjoy it for that, but I think I'd probably get annoyed by it at a certain point. always thought about doing it though, because it's just saying you were able to do it. My only thing is, I don't know, I'm a little bit nervous about driving hauling a big flippin' trailer. Yeesh. That's quite the drive. Bishop, that is quite the drive. Alright, we got 2 down, 4 to go. This process is slow. Basing is always the slowest thing, and it's the most annoying thing to me. Okay, you know what? I'm tempted to use a different brush.
Holy crap, biddies! Everyone, we have been blessed with biddies.
Meta!
Tony, you should share the biddies with me. Don't hoard 'em, biddies. I'm in poverty and need them biddies. Thank you for the biddies.
Meta with 150 biddies. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Happy... Is it Tuesday? Yeah, of course it's Tuesday. It's Paint Tuesday. Good lord. Anyway, welcome, buddy. How you doing? How's
Holy crap! A subscriber! Can you believe it, everyone? We got a sexy subscriber! Tony, do it. You know you want to. What? You don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, never mind. Anyway, thank you and welcome, subscriber!
Meta? How you doing, buddy? How's vampire crawlers and all that treating you? I had to take a break from that game. It was too addictive. Not over the top at all. You know, I created multiples of them. Because I find it hilarious having that the audio play and stuff. Lights are still flashing? It's supposed to be done by now. Ooh, Ashes of Ascendancy. Hell yeah. Everybody, speaking of which... Hold on a second here. Everybody, definitely give Metaphysician a follow. The guy has a really awesome stream, especially he does these unboxings with his for these board games. And God, what was the last one I saw you play? Was it Sorcerer? I think you were playing Sorcerer the last time I watched you play a board game, but Really, really cool, funny, witty, and yeah, I highly recommend giving him a follow. Really cool dude there. What am I doing wrong here? Did it? Oh, the shout out didn't go off. There we go. Yeah, the visual part of, or the Lumia stream part of my shoutouts isn't working, and I'm thinking I might just cut it off anyway, since it's been having issues on and off. I'm like, I might just keep it to the chat room. Shoutouts to the chat room. Hate to do it, but it's like another thing too is that sometimes, like, I'll be honest, like there's moments where the shoutouts are, there's been some shoutouts that are like almost a minute long, and I'm like thinking to myself, maybe we should, maybe, but I kept postponing it, and then now it's not even working, so I'm like, well, I guess we'll just roll with this. Yeah, Lumia stream has been acting up ever since the update. Can fire devices by Cal Slabs. I don't remember what it was. No, I remember like one of the like that sorcerer game was like one of the prettiest games I've ever seen. Like the artwork and everything. That was pretty mind-blowing. You want to get a copy of it. Unfortunately, I've already got so many flipping games right now that I haven't even touched, that I'm like, I need to stop buying board games. Let alone Shadows of Brimstone takes up pretty much all of my time. Gotta do that. The connection piece to the. There we go. The whole thing now. Come on. Don't be shy. Get in there. Oh. It's not gonna look good. There we go. Dude, again, this oily steel is too dark. Meta with the biddies! Thank you so much, Meta. You just want to hear the songs, don't you? I can just play them if you want to hear them. I'm actually thinking about creating even more, just for fun. I could have sworn I had other things. I'll have to look into it. There's like a whole bunch of cool options that are now in the new Lumia stream update that I'm like telling myself I should tinker around with. But then again, I've been tinkering around with the cameras and the audio. I got too much I'm trying to work on right now. I think he's done. Get those arm pieces, that arm piece, that's done. Oh, nope. The porthole. I really shouldn't be using this brush. This is a bad brush for this. Okay, we got it. All right, 3 down. Oh, yeah, I feel like he needs more of that brown on his foot. You just want that to blend. I don't like that buildup that I saw. That's probably because of the molding. Yeah, the molding on the model. All right, 3 more to go. Oh my god, detailing's a pain in the ass. What time are you doing the did you post what time you were doing the unboxing? Let's see. Yeah, you gotta let us know what time you're doing that unboxing. Definitely post it in the Discord. Ugh. We need to find a better way to sit. My back isn't digging the way that I'm leaning down on these models. Paint it like this. You'll still be able to see it. Okay, good. Is that even the same color? That is not the same color. This is oily steel. What was I painting with? That is a lot brighter than what I was using. That's not black, that is definitely metallic. Uh-oh. There it is. Oily steel. You know what? I probably didn't shake it up enough. I think I didn't shake it up enough. Because that is 2 whole different shades of color there. No. What is going on? They are both oily steel, but one is so much darker than the other. Maybe I just didn't shake this one up enough? I don't know, that's strange. Oh, do this to show that I've actually opened this paint jar and I'm using it, because I'm tired of accidentally opening up stuff that's fresh. Strange, yeah, this is so much darker than the other one. Well, now it feels... Oh, I know why, because I got water in it. Damn. I like the darker version better because it'll be better for dry brushing the silver on. So that'll kind of work out. Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing you play some more Sorcerer Man, because that game was, like I said, the artwork on that was out of this world. The game was actually pretty cool too. So definitely looking forward to you bringing that back to the table, but also very curious to see what you're playing tonight. I don't think I put anything on this arm. Yeah, I don't think I did this arm. We'll see. Also, these are ultra beveled because I think I put too much paint. Oops. Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about it. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but not great, but still. Oh man, yeah. I accidentally got some water on this paint from the brush. The brush had some water on this edge, dripped down into the damn bristles, and then of course, boom. There we go. Can I see them? I sure can. Okay. God, I don't understand how it's so much darker. Since I've already started with this, I'm just going to use this one. I mean, this is kind of what I expected oily steel to look like. A nice dark color. Oh, yeah. We got a couple other things we need to do here. Or this is one of the old ones and it's not got enough of the metallic. Ooh, boy. I got some of it inside. I mean, it's not bad. So I think I'm just going to leave it. Anything else? Am I missing anything? Yeah, I think I'm missing it from another model as well. This console that they're wearing. Did I miss you? That's painted. That's painted too. Okay, so we're good. I saw that little indent there and I thought I got a little bit of the paint somewhere on there. I was like, oh no. Worst case scenario right there. Okay, this guy usually has a lot of parts. We're gonna say that's a nail. I'm not gonna touch that up. No, I'm too lazy. Just a little too lazy. think I'm getting hungry. Had a couple slices of Costco pizza. Good stuff, but I don't think one slice was enough. Is there something I'm missing here on this leg? Is that supposed to be metal? I think it is. It's hard to tell. Sorry, I'm looking at this piece right here, and I'm just like, I cannot tell for the life of me if that is more metal or... It's really hard to tell. I'm just gonna say it is. They look like they're supposed to be possibly more staples. So we'll go with that. We'll say they're staples. So I'll go back to the other models and do the same. The other model and do the same thing, because there's one other one that has these. I actually think it looks pretty good adding that to it, so I'll go back to the other model and do the same thing. Yeah, I'll definitely be going back over this guy with some white dry brush just to pop some more of those tones a little bit. But yeah. When that sword dries, I might add one more layer. God, there was no paint underneath him. Okay, I see one here. I see one here. 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 One there. There. One there. Oh, I will get you guys done today. I'm done with y'all. Today's the day. I almost screwed that up. I'm constantly ready to drop this guy, and he's about to fall into that paint. Cool. Neighbors upstairs are being pretty damn loud tonight. I swear, I seriously, my patience for doing this kind of stuff is dwindling. I love painting minis, but the detail stuff is always the part that gets to me. Like, just let me base coat and dry brush, please. Okay, do we get everything? We get those, we get the sword. Either one little extra layer on it. There we go. Good. Good, good. We got that. Got that. We're good. I really want to do that. I want that pipe to be the same color, but I'm gonna just darken it a lot. Okay. Finally. Oh my god. It felt like it took forever. I'm gonna let them dry. I'll go ahead and grab some more models to base. Let's see how Belial looks. Maybe another layer. Tony loves rimming. It is fun. I don't mind giving a rim job here and there. I really need to put a matte spray on this, like bad, because I can. The oils of my hands right now not doing great with this model, and it doesn't have a matte spray on it or a matte finish or anything. I just want to put one more layer of this stuff on there and we'll call it good. There we go. That's how you summon deviants. I see that line and I'm like, wait, is he here? And I look up and it's like, oh yeah, well, that explains it all. Oh, I'm just in time. That couldn't have worked out any better. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Bishop. I'll zoom in on him here in a second to get a better... Oh my god, my hands are so sticky and sweaty. Oh, wait, no, I'm gonna let them dry. Yeah, I'm gonna let that base coat dry. There we go. Get a little tingle in the ear. Doing all right, Deviants. How you doing, buddy? Just trying to finish these models. Almost done with them. Very close. Just gonna let them dry while I base some more models. I'm trying to make all the models bases red so that they're easy to spot. Because I'm tired of clipping on these. I have these little clip-ons that I 3D printed that they're cool. They just they chip off the base paint, and I don't want to do that anymore. So I figured just painting the bases red would be the way to go. Just can't do it with the players. Although I did earlier, I was thinking about that. I was like, you know, well, actually, I can't do it right now because they're not based and they're not primed at the same time. I'd rather do it when they're finished. But I was like, I could paint the bases, the colors, every single stream. It don't matter. I can just layer and layer and layer the paint. Don't matter. But not gonna happen. I don't know when I'm gonna start painting hero models. Okay, you guys are dry. Make room. The sticky and sweaty show. Just got back home. Nice. Yeah, I just feel like it's probably going to be a better idea, Bishop, for the hero characters, because every single, like, whenever I'm playing, or I got another group that's playing, we'll be switching out those models, and it's probably just better that we just have the colored clip-ons, so this way we can just kind of switch out characters and whatnot. It'll just be better that way. Monsters make a whole lot more sense because they're always the, you know, red. They're always the bad guy, so. I got a red here. But yeah, Deviants. I haven't updated the PDFs yet. I do need to fix I think there's a couple character classes I need to fix, like the Sumo. I think he's got the soldiers stats, so I need to fix a couple of them. But I think Geek Out wants to play. I think that's gonna happen probably end of May. So there'll be a group of us. It'll be me, Mad Art, Geek Out playing, and I remember you saying the other day that you were interested in Bishop. You know, there's always room too, because I don't mind like sitting out and just directing the show, which was actually my original intention with this stream. Was at a certain point I would stop playing and just kind of direct, you know, be basically the game master, just kind of going over the rules and stuff. But are they dry yet? Kind of hard to tell when they're metallic. And also, I think I need to throw away this. I think I need to throw away this oily steel. I don't think that's the right color. Oh, this is one of those songs that's screwed up. I don't know why I still have this on here. Suno does a great job. There are some moments where it literally craps itself. Where's the silver? I had the silver like 2 minutes ago. It's like in my face. It's in my face the whole damn time. It's like sitting here with this saying silver right there. I'm like, where's the silver? Where's the silver, boys? Oh, man. I am becoming old and senile. Janice is right. You good? Just happy you're watching? Oh, hell yeah. What I'll do, Bishop, just let me know. What I plan on doing is I plan on pulling myself into the Discord, the open live Discord channel, and people can just come in, hang out, chat, whatever. I feel like that might be a better use for the paint stream instead of being inclusive. Like I want people to be included in it. So people want to join and paint while we're doing this, have at it. We can just sit chat while streaming. I wish I could pull up more feeds on the stream, but I'm asking already quite a lot from OBS. So, as what we saw back in November when we were trying to play with Shock and them, when I was trying to pull their video footage, OBS was like, dude, you got, I think I had 4 cameras running. My camera, the card cam. Did I even have a card cam at that time? I don't remember if I had a card cam at that time. I did. So that, the card cam, and the main cam, and then I had like a bunch of crazy animation stuff. Yeah, I can't have other people's feed. I don't know. Actually, I think it's mainly Discord because I can't actually pull. The thing that sucks about Discord is I can't pull just that person's portrait into the stream. I have to pull the whole damn thing, which is a 2560 by 1440 picture, and I had to do that for 2 people at the time, and I had to actually use filters to cut out and crop. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use a cam, sure, go for it. I just, like I said, I can't put it in the stream due to, well, would I still be, there might be a way to do it. The only way I can think about doing it is using a third-party app, which even then, I think having too many video inputs. Although at this point, I'm only using a couple cameras. Well, no, I mean, I can, like, here's the thing. Like, I can pull Zoom. Well, I always call it, I think it's Video Ninja, or Vid Ninja, or Ninja Video. I think it's Video Ninja, where I can actually just pull the browser data. So it's sent, like what it does is that it creates basically your feed through browser, and I can just take the browser data, send it to this, and I think that would actually work a lot better than actually trying to pull and crop video from Discord or anything. And it's free. I think it's free. Okay, I think we're good on these guys. Let's go ahead and I'm going to make a mixture of, why not, mahogany and white. No, ivory. Actually, no, mahogany, and give it a little bit of a yellowish tone, Iraqi sand. So I'll mix these 2 bad boys together. And we'll just do a light dusting on, there's not really, I poured too much mahogany. There's really not much for me to do with this, so I'm just going to do a little bit. And I need a smaller dry brush. Nope. Nope. I am missing brushes. Well, I think I can get away with it with this. Yeah, I'm missing brushes. And I know I've seen it, I just don't remember where I put it. Oh, when I clean this place up, I'll figure it out. But I think for now, this is really all I'm going to need, because I don't really think... I'm going to go through with a black wash anyway, and that might actually help me with some of what I plan on doing here. A little bit darker. Yeah, I think that's where I want it. Yeah, that'll do. And it's really just gonna be on these guys. Yeah, we'll talk about it on Discord sometime. Because I know Meta at one time wanted to also get in on a paint stream. I think Janice also wanted to do something. Yeah, I don't really need to do that one, but I might make a little bit of a brighter hit as well. Just a dab. If I could find my other brush, it would look a lot better. But yeah, so there we go. Just a little bit, nothing crazy. Kind of half-assed it, I'm not gonna lie. But I'll go back with the, like I said, like a wash of some type, and I'll fix it up. This is not a good dry brush, to be honest with you. This thing has been abused, and it needs to be put down. Do I have French girl? I mean, Deviants, if you got French girls, you're more than welcome to join. Absolutely. Not gonna pass on that. Yeah, I'll just open up the Discord. Because I've got the one that is primarily for playing Shadows of Brimstone that I kind of left private. But, I should have known it was going to be Shock. I think he's everybody's French girl, isn't he? At this point. I think he's everybody's French girl. I forgot to do the backpacks. I just realized that. I forgot to do the backpacks. Again, this is not a good... This dry brush is totally just bad. And I think I need to be a little bit brighter. I'll do that after I do the rest of them. Who's got the backpacks? These guys. Or the bags. Okay, now make it a little bit brighter. I need to find my other dry brushes because this is not working. Okay. I will have to go over it with some wash. Because this dry brush needs to be thrown away. Or actually, I can hold on to it. I know exactly what to use this dry brush for. A dry brush that is this bad of shape. That is good for dabbing, and you can use it for like creating like grass effects or leaves or something. Or just generally, it's great for texturing. Which means I should just keep doing this. There we go. Yeah, see? Perfect. That's great for dabbing. He gets around. Oh yeah, when I lived in Maine, I knew plenty of French girls. Oh my god, Old Orchard Beach. Okay, so I would see just as many French girls there as I would see old men with Speedos. that was the downside of Old Orchard Beach. How many times I see an older, like a guy in his like late 50s, 60s, and it's like that scene from Billy Madison, where the bad guy, well, bad guy, they're out jogging, and I think Billy Madison trips him, and those kids are like, "Did you see those balls? Did you see his balls?" Yeah, it was pretty much Old Orchard Beach in Maine. Older French men walking around in Speedos. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. Okay, I need to find my dry brush because I'm not going to use that guy on this. Or I can probably just detail the... No, I need a dry brush. I'll be right back. I know I saw it around here somewhere. Yep. Here they are. God, it's flipping hot in here. Yeah, there we go. I didn't have to leave the chair. How big it is? I think I want this one. Yeah, this is awesome, and I love the bristles on this thing. These are really nice dry brushes. Nick Pro. Yeah, that's good. Those are some good brushes. I think Miss Bush actually said that she's got a set of these too that she uses. Yeah, they're really, really, really nice brushes. Actually, I think I might need something bigger. No, this is good. This is good. So silver. Interesting. Well, I mean, considering where you're from, Deviants, it would make, I guess that would make sense that you would be more adept to French. See, in Maine, like, yeah, it was the same thing there. It was all French, but the sad truth was, um, even though there was a lot more, there was like French community was huge up in Lewiston, Maine. Oh my God, that silver's bright. That silver's bright. Okay, so the only thing was like, I did have grandparents who did nothing but speak Canadian French. Grandparents and like distant distant relatives, but everybody pretty much spoke English, and I rarely ever heard anybody speak French other than my grandmother and my grandfather, which my grandfather passed away mid 80s from a lumberjack incident. Okay, I think this is gonna work out. That silver is gonna look really good. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, my grandfather was a badass. He built he actually with my great grandfather actually built his home by hand. I'm like, now that's badass. Getting a little worried I'm getting some of this on the body. Yeah, the silver is really helping. But yeah, I never like fully adapted to the French language though. I wish I did. I mean, I got some of it, but then like my problem was I never used it enough, and I'm the type of person that if I don't use it, I will lose it, and that's what happened. I'm better at talking to computers than I am people. Okay, I cannot tell if I'm actually hitting this with silver. I am. Okay, good. Might not be a bad idea to see how that. No, don't do it. I like to have fun with blades and add like effects and stuff to it, but with this guy, I'm like, I'm just gonna go old school, basic, just silver to the oily color, and I kind of dig that look. That works. Man, the silver really does look awesome though, with on top of that oily metallic. Digging it. Who's done? You're not. You guys are done. Okay. Might as well do these annoying models first, then I'll go to the other annoying models. Uh, look, French in high school, I'm decent with vocab, but grammar always tripped me up. Yeah, it's. I'm the same way. Like, I had the gist. Like, I could, most for the most part, understand somebody, but straight up having a conversation is just not gonna happen. Um, yeah, I had a hard enough time understanding programming languages and how to write code. Because understanding syntax, syntax was always the biggest problem for me. I mean, it should be. I mean, yeah, I'm beginning to think that that oily steel is bad. I think it's just, I think the metallic part of it probably went, but I actually kind of dig how this turned out. It's a happy mistake. Yeah, I enjoyed programming. Oop, oop, too much dry paint or dry flakes, whatever it is. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I think these looking good. Okay, yeah, that's gonna need some work. Very lightly now. Top part, different story. Yeah. Then we'll get the black paint out, make a wash, and we'll just hit all the parts that really just need some help. Did I say you looked French? I think I said yeah. I'm becoming dyslexic. I swear. Becoming? Actually, I think I already am. What am I talking about? Yeah, just like you, I took French in high school. It was either that or, of course, Spanish. But in Maine, French was very prominent. So when I went to private school, they were like, at that point, it was not. There was no other option. It was you were learning French, and just never really caught on. Got a little metallic on that shirt, but that's okay. I don't really care. I'm at the point where I'm kind of like, I don't mind being a little bit lazy. I just kind of want to get this guy done, or these guys done. Oh, thank you, Bishop. Ads in 5 minutes, everybody. All right. I think at this point, the black wash will kind of, just like I said, seeping in certain areas will kind of help pop like specific spots, like anything that's connecting to the clothing, or definitely gonna have to do those beams on those staves that they're wearing or holding. Yeah, I am seriously 100% with you there, Bishop. Although, if you think about it, because when I moved down here to Texas, and I started hearing Spanish, there's a lot of similarities between Spanish and French, a lot. So you can already kind of get the gist of what they're saying. Yeah. Like the grammar, I think it's the grammar that's pretty close. No, anyway, I just remember it being pretty similar. And my mother, who's very fluent in French, said the same thing. She was working. She used to work as a nurse in the prison, and she would have to like sometimes respond to some people, and there's some words that of course you're not going to understand, but for the most part, it's very similar from what I've seen or heard. I'm gonna try something with these guys. I'm gonna try something. I want to do the red brim of this guy right here, the rim, and I want it to go from that red to black in the middle, kind of like a gradient. I've always had that idea for doing that with these bases, and there's part of me who wants to do that with every single monster, but you can't. And the reason why is because there's some monsters that are actually standing on rocks and debris, so yeah, never mind. Now, the drones that I painted, not these guys, but the other drones, surgical drones, they have a red to black gradient going on them, on their base. And I'm like, I could follow that up. Yeah, I'll just follow that up. I'll just do what I've been doing for every model based on where they're from. So I just think I wonder how it would look. Fluent asshole engaging. Okay. Black wash it is. Because I definitely see, I know that, like I said, I know the models are supposed to be bright, but part of me doesn't like it. But if I use black to kind of blend certain parts together, it might actually work out. So we'll do that. Just a little bit. We don't need a whole lot. Black is a very dominant color. Good God. Yeah, that's still too thick. I think that's about right there. There we go. That's a good shade. All right, let's see what we can do. It's like, at this point, it's like, let's perform surgery, everybody. Might have been a little too watery. Actually looks all right. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. But yeah, Deviants, don't worry about it. Asshole is actually a very common language, so you're in good company. Yeah, you remember the what stream was it? Peak, not recent, but like way back, like August, where I was basically just harassing Shock the entire stream, drunkily harassing Shock the entire stream. Yeah, I like speaking that language myself. Yeah, don't do it. I'm telling myself, put a little black over there, and I'm like, no, this isn't gonna be good for that. I also need to be very careful here. Some areas are a little bit brighter than I want them to be. Do I want those brighter? No, I think we're good. We have to go underneath this guy and paint some more black down here. Kind of want to let him dry. I really don't like these wash lines that are coming up, and that's because I'm not using mixing medium like I totally should. You know, it's muddying them up. That's what I get. It's exactly what I deserve. There, that should be enough. It's gonna be a little heavy, but it'll do the trick. Okay. So I feel like some of that should be darker. Yep. I always tell myself, whenever you're gonna do a wash, always use mixing medium. Always. Stop lying to yourself that you don't need it. Looks good. Yep, see? Night and day. Now that you got that wash that fills in those gaps, creates a lot more detail on some of the spots. Looks really good. I think we're good on this guy. I'll take a look at him one last time here. Touch him up a little bit. make some room. Coco's upset about something. Well, that guy turned out pretty damn good. Yeah, Bishop, I wasn't 100% sure what they were at first. I was like, what are those? Because like on the picture, they look like more beams. Ooh. Anyway, they looked like they were just some more beams, you know? I definitely need more of this stuff. But, after further looking at it, it started to look more like staples or something holding the flesh together. Let's see. It's thick. Get this closer. I don't want it getting on the board. Like what I was just about to do. Too dark. Looks like it's all right, but I need more mixing medium. There we go. You saw nothing. Alright, this might be a little too thick, but we'll see. I don't think we need any dry brushing. I think we're pretty much done after these guys are finished. No, even though you just want to watch the stream, Bishop, the invitation's always there. Especially when Tom and I start. Whenever it is that Tom comes back, he says he's going to be back at the end of May. If he does come back, you're more than. I think he'd be more than happy with you joining us. If you're interested. Okay, I think we're good there. It will probably dry brush the hands just because the wash. It's gonna be too dark, but we'll give it a try. You'll roll for the baddies, although Tom already does a great job of rolling well for them already. Yeah, I think he still kind of weeps over that night. Okay, I think he's good. Yeah, the timing on that roll couldn't have been any better, to be honest with you. Like, we were seriously, we thought we were done. We were like, all right, it's the end of the night. Finally, we can put an end to this. Now, the dice gods had other plans for us. Just want to be doubly sure that I'm happy. This one looks kind of messy. One last roll, we're back to the town for a beer. Yeah, I wish it was that easy. This one actually looks alright. Maybe darken this up just a tad. Okay. I think I'm happy with them. I think I'm happy with it. Ugh. Question is, how do we base them? If I want to keep it, I'll be right back. If I want to keep it like the drones, the other drones, whatever they are, the medical drones, then I would need. Yeah, it goes from like black to like a red center. I think I was trying to be like creative and give it like a bloody look. Ooh, hey, you know. So, kind of hard to see because the black is very, very shiny. Thank you, Bishop. I forget what the name of the model is, but they're not. Are these sentry drones? I don't remember. All I know is that like I remember getting these guys and being like, I'm gonna have some fun with this. And I had a blast painting these guys. Yeah, they were a lot of fun to paint. You know what? I want to see what it looks like going from black to red to the rim. I really want to see what that looks like. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Unfortunately, I can't do that with every model because there's a lot of models that have some of that dead grass glued to them. So it's better if I stick to a theme. And since I did that with those guys, I might as well just do what it originally was, from black to red. I just don't know. Because here it looks like a mess. The base looks like a mess. And I'm thinking it might look better if I go do the opposite. So I'm just gonna do that. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just paint the base red. Let's do, you know what, where's the defect model? Let's find the defect model. Pretty sure it's one of these guys. I just don't remember which one. Because now that I've washed them up and did all these things, and they all look pretty damn good. So I'm gonna just grab one and be like, all right, let's do this. Who's got the weird wash that I added to him? Not him. Is it him? It's hard to tell. You know what? Like I said, I'll just grab a model at this point. Because they all... Well, it could be this guy. Alright. So we'll start with red and just kind of create a gradient going to the center of black. Ooh, Lost Army. I don't remember. Do they come with... I don't think they come with the cannon, do they? You know, I don't think I've ever fought the Lost Army. Yeah, I can't say that I have. Yeah, I don't remember. I know I fought the cannon. And the cannon, I remember every time I'd read the card for the cannon, my first thoughts were, I'm making a mad dash to it and taking it down. Because I think it shoots, and every model in the 2 spaces in front of it in a line of 6 or 8, I think every model gets hit by a really heavy damage hit. The cannon's separate. Okay. Well, Lost Army's pretty awesome. And I think they have, yeah, they got a banner carrier. And I think they have the General Gazamo, or I forgot what his name was, but they have a hero, well, not a hero, but they have a war boss character. Pretty nasty. My theory has always been this, Bishop. If you see it, especially them on their stuff, you might want to get it. This next thing you know, you don't know when you're going to see it again. That's the only problem with them. Mad Arts, how you doing, buddy? How's your Tuesday treating you? With me, I'm exhausted. Yeah, so I'm gonna base them red, and then I'm gonna It's moments like this where I actually kind of wish I bought the derelict ship bases. That would be pretty cool. But I'll just do this. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Tired and hungry. Oh, I'm sorry about your day, man. Like we said, I'm hoping your week gets better. I need something to clamp this to while I paint it, because this is not gonna work. But my day's all right, bro. I mean, I had some a mess of chores to do this morning, and went ahead and started streaming. Enjoy paint days. I was actually hoping to get these guys done earlier so I can move on to some models I have. I would like to finish a couple models. I think that's what I'm going to do next time. I think I'm just going to grab some old models I haven't done yet, I haven't finished them yet, and just finally finish them. I think that's going to be my goal for the next paint stream. Just finish some models. Sorry about that. I flippin' love that, to be honest with you. I flippin' love that. I kind of want to paint them all like this. I can't, though. But imagine that on the game board. It'd be so easy to tell who's who. So easy. Yeah, flesh drones. Oh, God, I gotta repaint that now. Yeah, they turned out pretty good. Pretty good, if I say so myself. Go ahead and dry. Okay, I really don't need the magnifying lens anymore. I'm gonna put that away after I finish here. Yeah, man, you gonna stream tonight? Also, I know you and I have been talking to Geek Out about playing with us when summer vacation comes up, and he's definitely interested. He wants to play, of course, as a pastor. We also got Deviants who wants to play as well, if you're cool with that. So we'll have a full posse of 4, unless y'all can find another person. I can just kind of watch and moderate, basically just kind of GM the game. I have no problems with playing, but I'm just saying. I'm actually really digging the red bases so much. Like, so much. I'm loving how the red bases look. I kind of want to go that direction from here on out. I don't know. I really like it, though. So we'll have like a pastor and possibly somebody shooty. We could use shooty on the team. Although I think you can still be a pastor with a shotgun. I think there's a specific gun that you can use as a pastor. Oh, actually, no. As a matter of fact, I think there's if I remember correctly, I think there's a free upgrade that lets you carry a shotgun. Because they make blessed shotguns in the game. I think there's a vampire hunter shotgun that's pretty dang sweet. I kept getting it, but I kept getting it when I had a character who was a rifleman. And a shotgun compared to a rifle on a character who's getting lots of shots and all that, there was no point of having the shotgun. The rifle was the way to go. The beast rifle. Oh my god. Oh, I love the beast rifle. It has so many options. Does pretty dang good damage on just regular to hit, but when you're going up against any beast enemies, of course you're getting like what, 3 damage a hit, and then ranchers with all their bonuses. Yeah, Not, yeah, is it Rancher? Yeah. I don't think it's Cowboy. I think it's Rancher. Let's see. Just need to eat and then you're good. And then you'll be streaming. Cool. Cool, bro. Yeah, we'll have a full party at that point. Yeah, I'm gonna come out and say it, man. It's like I'm half tempted to go over a. See, the sad thing is I'm looking at some of the models right now, and I'm like some of them I put some serious effort into painting those bases, and I'm like I just don't know if I can do it. Some I'm like, whatever. But when I look at, of course, the lava giant, and then, well, yeah, Belial. Some of these bases I just can't do because they've got dry grass on them. Dry grass modeling dry grass on it. There we go. Surface as you murdered somebody. Right, Bishop. Like blood splatter all over the place. Surprised I'm not getting any notices right now from Twitch. Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm on all the models. On all the models, I'm definitely painting the sides at least. Like, for example, the lizard men. So every single one of them at least has that on the side. What sucks is that on those models, I love how the red base looks on them. It looks really, really good. It's just, if I do paint them all red, and well, not all of them, but most of them, it's just going to look weird when I bring out models that actually have a stylized base. And some of them actually force a stylized base, like the lava, the magma giant. Kids are throwing rocks outside again. So there's a group of, at the apartment, there's a group of kids, local toughs, if you may. Who, I said earlier in the stream, they kicked the damn soccer ball at the window so far. And yesterday I had to confront them about kicking the damn thing at the door again. Some days they're out there kicking it at the wall on their apartment. Nobody's living there, so nobody cares. But, like, one day we were out for a walk, and I caught them throwing rocks at each other, and they're grabbing the, like, what are they called? Well, anyway, they're basically the rocks that they have for just these rocks. So you're picking up rocks and throwing them at each other. Sorry, my brain's fried. Not enough sleep and everything, but they started throwing rocks at each other. And what sucks is that like it's right next to the parking area, so there's all these cars there, and of course I have a Jeep Renegade that's like right there. And again, I had to tell those freaking kids, dude, I don't know what the parents are doing. My God, my flipping God. But I'm waiting to hear a glass shatter one of these days, whether it's from the soccer ball or from the damn rocks. I just can't wait for summer to happen. Summer vacation with kids who are not supervised by their parents. Wonderful. Okay, so it was pretty much what it was, Mad Arts. I walked right outside because they were kicking the. I was in here yesterday working on a couple things, and all of a sudden I hear, was it yesterday or was it Sunday? It might have been Sunday. I don't remember if I was streaming or not, but I remember sitting here working on some stuff. But anyway, I just remember hearing a thud on the door, and Coco went ballistic. So I walked over to the door, took a look, and opened it, and like one kid was pointing, oh, they went that way, and I'm like, uh-huh, sure, whatever. I'm a kid. I remember how it was. You do something and you find a fall guy. But anyway, so I went back in, and then I started hearing them kicking the ball again, and I was like, I had enough of this. Walked outside and straight up told them, I was like, you need to find another place to play because we've had enough of you kicking the damn thing at the window and the door. And the kids are looking at me like like they weren't doing it. And I'm like, you're the only ones here with a soccer ball. Hello. So I went back in, and of course they went right back to kicking the ball around. They didn't kick it at the door, but they were still kicking it at the. So what it is that there's a staircase from the upstairs that's going down, and it's like an X pattern. So it goes down, connects, and then splits and goes down again. They're using that split as a goalpost, and they're gonna kick it, and they're gonna miss the goalpost one of these days, and it goes right through and hits the windshield or the door. So. Now, property management has already talked to them several times, but that property management isn't really going to get anything done. But I'm like, one of these days we're going to have a broken window and a broken television because of some dumbass kids. Ugh. I remember a time being a dumbass kid and doing stupid things, but when an adult comes into the picture, playtime's over. That's always how it's been. Once an adult comes in and tells you the business, usually it's like, all right, time to pack up and find another place. I gotta take a while to dry. That's a lot of paint on them, but I really like how they look with the red on the base. I think that looks awesome. Yep, same here, Mad Arts. Well, I've got a camera set up, so I can always I'm always hoping it's catching the ball hitting the door or the window. D&D bros, you're back. Welcome back. I need to give some shouties. I haven't been doing that. Still going, almost done. So far, I've finished them, just kind of based them. But the base is drying right now. But essentially, it's one of the two different models. So these are called the flesh drones. Their whole thing is to they basically have a puppet master that has them going around collecting body parts, weapons, and he creates more flesh drones using those body parts and weapons, and you fight them. And they always come into play with a random elite ability from another monster. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, Matt Arts. I kind of want to go to the route of painting every base flat red, because I think on the stream, if these dry in time, let me give some shouties before I forget. Oh, Matt Arts, thank you. Okay, but yeah, so like once these dry enough, I'll show you what they look like. I'll show you one of the cool things that I've added that I might feature on the stream. So let's say I might do it. It's just too cool. But let's say, where's the character? There we go. I showed this to Bishop earlier, but let's say we wanted to focus that specific camera on a character. I can be like, okay. The only thing that's not going to work here with this, in my opinion, and this is what makes it sad, is that when we're using the wound markers and everything, ad break in 5 minutes, everybody. But let's say we're using the, why isn't it working? There we go. Let's say we wanted to use the wound markers. This isn't going to work because it's going to constantly move the camera on the board. But what's really cool is now I can have it track and be like, all right, we moved 3 spaces back. All right, we moved up to here, or we moved up and over. It follows the model. Is that not cool? Is that not flippin' cool? So I discovered that yesterday. Yeah, I really, 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 really want to use that. But we won't be able to... Like, I think for exploration, perfect. But anything that deals with enemies' health, we need a fixed camera. And the reason why we need a fixed camera is because when we get into the battles and we need to see these game tokens are not going to move with the camera. So we would actually need to do that. But it's pretty cool, right? Yeah, so I was like playing around with that yesterday, and the other camera that I've got, the one that for the actual angled shots, so I can actually take it and move the model, and the camera will follow the model. And I can detach it, and I can be like, hey, now we can follow this character here. And then we can start moving that character, and the camera will follow. Also, I can even have it to where I can tell it where the center point is. So because when we're playing in combat, the center point is right about here. It will keep that model in the center of that small section. So I can move it around and the camera will follow that. I thought about doing that with dice too. Like creating like a little, printing out a little peg. For example, I'm going to use that one, but let's say instead I use the die. And I'm using that as basically a guide for the camera instead of me having to pull this guy out and fidget with it. I found out a couple new things about this too that are pretty cool. But what I could do is instead, I could say, hey, this die is a focal point. And I could just be like, all right, back to over here where these characters are. Back to over here where these characters are. Or over here where the monster is. You know, like I can do stuff like that. And that's what I'm thinking about doing, is having one camera that's always focusing on a spot. So this way I don't have to do this guy. What sucks though is that this has a laser pointer. I didn't know it, but it had a laser pointer the whole damn time. Problem is, this laser pointer only works with the tail air. What I could have done, well, I hope that they patch it, is the tail 2 is supposed to, well, the tail air is supposed to take a look, see that pointer, and it's supposed to move wherever I point that pointer. The tail 2 doesn't do that. This is the most recent addition, and it doesn't have that. I'm like, why not? Why not have all the features that are on the remote? But either way, super cool. And I'm very, very, very excited to experiment with that, see what more we can do with this thing, because I love the idea that I can move this around. And I like the idea though of having a pointer that the action cam's always on, and I can just be like, move it over here, move it over there. Hey, we're checking these characters out. The only thing is I can't zoom out. I have to actually use the remote for it. So I would actually have to do this, and then we can kind of move over here. Like, all right, this group's fighting, so this is happening over here. We go back over here. Oh, you lost focus. Did I press something? I did. I pressed something. Well, anyway, you got the idea. An incoming airstrike, right? Oh, I pressed that button. Okay. Well, anyway, a lot of cool things. But anyway, back to this. So I was like, and don't mind the glare. That light is never on when we're actually playing a game. But yeah, look at that. That's an enemy. I mean, don't get me wrong. The red rims help as well, but having the full base red it's night and day. It is night and day. Don't say that. I'll make it happen. I will make it happen. But yeah, so cool features. Another thing too that I learned about this thing is the joystick for actually moving it around. Well, I found out that Tony's do fear unlocked. Yeah, that's up there with the nightmares of waking up in a nightmares of being naked in your naked in your class, like your old high school classroom. But anyway, so like I can press down on that pad, and now it's like a gimbal. I can actually move it around by just kind of rotating. Pretty cool, right? The only thing is I don't like the inverted version of that. I wonder if I can fix that. But yeah. So instead of me like nudging it, because it's pretty sensitive, I can actually be like, boop. And then, all right, we're gonna look over here. The only problem is it's inverted. I don't think I like that. But pretty neat though. But I totally forgot that it had the laser pointer. I'm like, oh, I could be using that. See? Not great. It's honestly not great. But I can see why it's like that. But what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to double tap and it's supposed to stay on, double tap and it's supposed to stay on, and then it's supposed to link to it, and then it's supposed to start honing in on that circle. Unfortunately, again, like I said, the Tail 2 doesn't support it, but the Tail Air does. Really cool feature though. The only thing is, I really wish there was a way for me to have it, like using the laser pointer. It would have been cool if I could have been like, hey, I pressed the wrong button again. It'd be super cool if I could be like, hey, select that character there, you know, and it, and it will just hone in on that character. That'd be cool. But it's either I use the app on the phone or I have this set up on the PC, which I have an extra monitor, and I'm just using that monitor to do all the selection and everything. I also found out that I could use the actual in-game monitor to control this camera. So I don't actually have to, I can have this camera do all that work, and it's, in my opinion, a little better than the remote. I love the remote, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I have better control over positioning with this thing. Okay, maybe not. Okay, remote's still better. Anyway, so, yeah. Blood splatter. I kind of want to keep the bases red. I kind of want to add that to everybody. I flippin' love how the red base looks on the stream. The mini painter in me hates it. The miniatures painter in me flippin' hates it because I want to paint that base to look more like the derelict ship. But at the same time, on the actual game board, it just looks so good. Yeah, see, well, I mean, even that still looks pretty good, in my opinion. But it's like right there, look at that. That's so cool. Yeah, I do like the red ring too, and maybe I should just do that. But either way, I never really had an idea of how I was going to paint the bases for the derelict ship, so I'm thinking I might just go over it with gray or metallic. I'll use gray. What I'll do is I'll actually just kind of sit on it and think about how I'm going to paint those models, because I'm still not certain about how I want to do the base. Because, yeah, with the black, I don't know if I might have used gloss black on accident. Another thing too is my filter on. Also, how's the audio? Because I am using a whole new digital audio interface. I am using, okay, I don't think I have color correction on. Oh, I do. So another thing I could do is play with the color settings. Bring up the contrast a little bit, maybe bring down the gamma. Oof. Also, I forgot I am getting a lot of glare from that up there, so that's why it's going to look like crap. You know what? We're pretty much done with the painting, so I'm just going to turn that off, and I want to see what it looks like. This is the current lighting. Oh, yeah, no, that looks great. I probably could actually play around with the settings a little bit more. Ooh. Everything sounds really crisp. I don't hear anything bad. Yeah. That exactly, Bishop. That's my what I've been doing, kind of. I've been going based on world. It also depends on my mood. Oh, yeah, I got plenty of models to base. I forgot I got this guy over here too. One of the very first models I painted too for this game. It is hard to find a transport for this guy. Good, I'm glad it sounds good. Yeah, because I'm using Caster. I went ahead and got the subscription for Caster Audio, and yeah, so they're this guy. The first models I painted for Shadows of Brimstone. I gotta do his base too. But yeah, I'm using Caster Audio, and I have pretty much everything going through it right now. There are still some things that are not patching through yet, so I gotta figure out I gotta figure some things out on that. Yeah, I wish I could have Lumia Stream send out its audio separately, but the only way I could do that is by sending it actually through the desktop audio, and now it's like I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this, because I don't want people hearing themselves while hearing. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work. unless I patch Discord through. No, that's not gonna work either. There's a lot I need to figure out, because I thought about sending everything through OBS, but it's just, like I said, it's just not gonna work. And I want you all to hear the Discord audio, so I just don't want the streamers hearing themselves at the same time. Yeah, because they'd be picking themselves up if I sent that out. Oh, there's going to be something. I'll do a flow chart. That'll help me visualize how the audio is going to be sent. But yeah, I think we're done for today. It is, yeah, we've done a pretty decent stream. Seriously? 5 hours and 15 minutes to do that? I'm getting slow. Well, either way, I'm excited. We'll be setting this up tonight, and I'll have a whole crazy setup for future streams. So pretty much what you saw on Sunday, just it'll be easier for me to reach everything I need to reach over here now, because before I used to have to stretch out over here to use the card cam, and now it's right here in between me and a guest. So very true, Bishop. So, and that's really the good thing about doing these paint streams too, is I get to be more involved with you all and talk more, because when I'm playing Shadows of Brimstone, I'm so focused on the rules and the many rules in the game. And then on top of that, like, it's hard to converse when playing the game, because all the math and everything we're doing, I usually am burnt out about 2.5 hours into the game. Yeah, I think we did good. And that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get into the routine of, like, whenever models are, I'm kind of thinking about always having a set of models on the side, that whenever we do washes and we have to wait for the paint to dry, grab the other models, bring them out, start working on them, and then when we finish what we need to do with them, go back to the primary models that we're working on. So that's going to be pretty much what I'm doing. I tried doing that before. Yeah, we did. We tried doing that before, and it actually kind of worked out. So I'll be doing that, and I got plenty of models. Got a whole bunch of based. The problem is that it's of course summer, so it's getting a little bit too dry and hot to prime anything. But luckily, before the move, I primed a whole mess of models, and I still got a lot of models I need to paint that have been primed for years, which I'm a little worried about, because usually when a primer's been sitting on a model for so long and you've been greasy fingers have been touching them, it stops becoming sticky. As I've seen a couple times, I've watched paint retract. So anyway, yeah, we'll go ahead and call that a stream. Let's see who we can raid into tonight. Let's see. I am pretty hungry. Got somebody building models. We do have somebody painting models too. You have somebody playing some board games. Wait, isn't? Hold on, let me check something. Is meta on? No, I'm not seeing meta on. Okay. So, yeah, let's see who we got then. We got Warhammer 40K painting. You have some board games going on right now. Somebody's playing Metal Gear Solid. Texie88's playing Metal Gear Solid again. Okay, cool. We've got... It's not much. Somebody painting. I was hoping to find something different, like D&D painting or something. Just a lot of Warhammer 40K right now, which that's not a problem. So I guess we'll go with. Man, I'm really hoping to see something. We'll raid into Spark Minis. I think she's painting what looks like Pokemon. Yeah, it looks like a Charizard in a costume. Okay, so we'll go ahead and raid into Spark Minis. And we'll call it a stream there. Everybody, again, thank you so much. Man, I'm losing a lot of frames. Everybody, well, thank you so much for hanging out on the stream. We will be back. I'm going to try for tomorrow to continue the adventure from Sunday. I want to finish it. And then on Thursday, you'll see me and Mad Arts together to play some Julio and Stelios again. And it looks like as if Julio will be basically taking on the boss by himself. So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, big shout out and thank you to Cribbage and more, and then of course Dutch Yoda and Cosmic and Bishop and Mad Arts and everybody for showing up and hanging out, and again for Dutch Yoda and Cribbage for raiding into us. So I will see you all maybe tomorrow, but definitely on Thursday. And until then, you have yourselves a wonderful Thursday evening. Y'all take care.
You rated Stark Menace with 6 viewers.
Song. The starter set. So when you put them all together, it's a diorama, but separately, they're all like individual little semi dioramas. Oh my god, Leaf doesn't drink dirty down daily. He would be dead already. That has so many like warning signs. But tabletop, what were you working on? you gotta make sure the words are spelled correctly. No, I've seen it. I've smelt it. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, I'm like, bro, Leaf, when you were working on that at Epicon, and I was just standing near it, I was just like, oh my god, my face so lighted. So I'm like, okay, I'll see it when it's dry. So I don't have to smell it. I was finishing up eating some flesh drones from Shadows of Brimstone. Ooh, those sound like fun. No, good call, because it does smell dangerous. You know your label stuff. Oh, they can follow Bad Arts Treasures. So, like these models. Oh, sorry. They can follow TnT. So these models are from Nostalgic 3D Models, but I did some sculpting on it. So I sculpted the shades, I sculpted the magic part, I sculpted the tree trunk. These are actually from a toy called Miniverse, so it's like a little black ball toy. So I found that it was like perfect measurements for this scale, so I was like, perfect. I didn't have to like make my own plan, so it worked out great. And then all this like basic material that's like from crowd cover. I love that. Crowd cover's seedings. And then this thing I got it from like a mystery like box of like pieces. Oh my god, Eldrick's hobbies, it's so hard to track everything and everything. And then the paints I used for this was army paint. Excuse me. Mark had all the stuff sorted, but I had to translate into they even had requirements for the warning icon sizing at a set size label. Oh my god. Yeah, so these were like 3D printed, but some of the pieces I sculpted it like myself. Like I did the shapes, and then the magic part. I give myself so much props on this magic part because it literally looks like magic part is swimming up against. And then we have like some of the pieces come off the edge. But I really do want to put like some like water texture on it before we take the tape off. But I feel like we're getting really close to finishing this. And then whatever you're gonna work on next, I have no idea. On to the next episode. Oh my god, I think I caught a ghost voice or ghost sound in one of my recordings for like my Pokemon stuff. And I'm just like, I didn't even post it because I got so scared after the fucking audio. And I'm like, oh no, my Ghost Adventure skills, like, it's coming back. I'm like, I don't want to find stuff here where I live, though. Like, no. Yeah, so mind you, I record and it's all quiet. And there's this sound that I'm just like, bro, back in the days, I shared a long time ago, but we're probably all lit when I said I used to be a ghost. I used to go strict for ghosts in real life. But I was like in high school. I have this video of me recording. And I'm all quiet. I'm not saying anything because this is more meant for like people and stuff. So I'm like, oh, maybe I have a voice over it or something like that. So I even recorded like remember I was showing him and he couldn't hear it because I forgot to put the valve up. Let's see if I can. Let me put the pause the music.